Bonjour. Welcome back for another great day of cricket here in Malta. Yesterday was a run feast. It was sixes galore. We saw 6 scores north of 130. It was great for all of our viewers across the world. Is today the bowlers bounce back? Stick around and find out, because live action is up next.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Our opening match of the day is a really important one between Zira United and Mater Dei. 2 losses for Zira United would probably knock them out of contention for making it to the quarterfinals. I've got my eyes on 2 key players for this game. We'll start off with Suraj Darai. He's been averaging 41.5 so far this series and had an incredible year of cricket here in Malta. His awesome performances have earned him a call-up to the Maltese national team, and we'll see him playing over this weekend. Meanwhile, for the opposition, Mater Dei, it all starts with Michael Das. He's the leading run getter so far this series, averaging 66, having scored more than 330 runs. This is going to be a great matchup. Both these teams have a lot on the line. Mater Dei are real dark horses to go on and win this European cricket series. Let's head over to the commentary box where I'll take you over yesterday's games.
Welcome back. It's our 11th day here in Malta. But before we move on with this day, let's have a look at what happened yesterday. It was a run feast, as I mentioned. We saw a lot of runs pouring in for a number of different sides. But before the run feast began, we had one low-scoring thriller, a bit of an odd one yesterday between the Bujiba Blasters and the Royal Strikers. In the end, 10 runs was the difference between those two teams, and Sudarshan's innings of 36 of 17 made a huge difference as the Bujiba Blasters would fall 10 runs short. Strikers picked up the first game of that doubleheader. Then our second game of the day was a complete contrast. Keep in mind, these two teams couldn't even get to 100 runs in our first match, and then they come out, blast over 300 runs between each other. A really, really fun game. Maithani with a big 66 of 18, and in reply, the Strikers could only muster 139 runs. Marsa were incredible with the bat yesterday. They made 172 in the first innings. Noman Mehar with a terrific 63 of just 18 deliveries. And then Mohammad Suleiman with an undefeated 40 of 17. Marsa would continue their good form. This time around, they'd be in a really close matchup against the Warriors. Vanyan Mughal will play terrifically in the first innings, making a half century. Then in reply in the second innings, the Warriors, Rocky Dianish batted pretty well, but his side basically fell 1 shot short. 6 runs was the difference between the two teams. How fine are the margins between victory and defeat? Here's a look at the standings for Group A, which is the group we're going to be witnessing today. Zira United versus Mater Dei is our first match of the day. If you live Mater Dei, pick up a couple victories here, they'll be safe in the road to make it to the quarterfinals, whereas Zira United would be knocked out of the race with a couple of losses here. Here's the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match, match 41, between Zira and Mater Dei. Suraj Darai is the leading points getter for Zira, having made 561 points, whereas Michael Das, he's made 531 for Mater Dei. This is the win predictor. Mater Dei, rightfully so, are 65% favorites. There have been some encouraging signs for Zira United. I have to say they've hung in well in a few of their losses, but they just haven't been able to pick up a W. And number 5, all eyes on him, Suraj Darai, terrific cricketer. Corey's a big fan of him. Unfortunately, Corey has a day off today, so he's not going to be joining us, but I'm Nish Jayvada. It's going to be great to take you over today's games. A very good morning to Rob, Tim Reedman, and Helix joining us in the chat. Should be an excellent day of cricket. Got some great matches coming up. Arif Sagar bowling the first over. Nice shot. Nice shot first up by Durai. And that's why I love him so much as a cricketer. You know, he's a 360-degree player. He's got all the strokes in the book. Starts off with a good cover drive. Punishes an overpitch delivery. 4 runs. Yeah, straying down the leg side, and he's rather lucky there, Sagar. That hasn't gone away for a 4. The ride manages to pick out the fielder. That's either side of him. It'd be 8 for no loss right now. This is just nudged away. Behind point for a single. Durai, little hand strike over to Patel. As we mentioned at the top of this broadcast, Zero United are winless so far. And one of the reasons they're winless is they're struggling to get runs from anyone other than Durai. Patel has been one of the few players who've been able to get some runs. He has 106 runs so far this series. An okay strike rate as well at 153. But outside of that, you look down the order for Zero United, there's very few runs there. There's very few runs there. And more importantly, all the strike rates are below 120. So it's going to have to be a big opening partnership for Zero United. Nice ball there by Sagar. Just climbs up on him. Don't like the fielding, but it's manages to do the job. Oh, it climbs up on him. Shorter delivery, but it's going to go away for 6. A little bit unlucky there for the bowler. That was a well-directed bouncer, but when you bowl short, there's always that risk that a top edge is going to go over the top for a 6. That's what happened there. 6 more runs. Decent start here for Zero United. 12 runs off the first 5 balls. Oh, he's straying down the leg side again. He gets the length wrong too. It's a rather poor delivery. Gundy ball, as Rico would say. That goes over for 6. 18 runs off the first over. Yep, well clear of the rope, so no problem there for the third umpire. Of course, this is a great chance to remind you that we've got 31 days to go until the ECCW. It's the dawn of a new era in European women's cricket here on the network. We're proud to announce the inaugural Women's European Cricket Championship will be taking place between the 17th to the 22nd of December. 5 different nations will be taking part, so make sure to join us in a celebration of cricket and women's sport right at the end of what's been a great year for our network and European cricket as a whole. Hammered away. That's going to go all the way. Huge 6. That's a really good shot by Patel considering how far outside the off stump he's had to pick that one up from. Smashed away for 6. Really good shot. It's up to these two really. They've got to have a really good power play here. I mean, yesterday we were seeing power plays where teams were scoring about 50 runs. It was a really, really interesting day of cricket. We saw lots of big aggressive scores. straight down the ground, and that one goes all the way as well. A huge hit for Patel. Incredible shot. Have a look at this. It's over pitch. It's straight as a beeline, right down the ground. Safest part of the field. And a terrific start here for Zira. It's just a case of whether they can sustain this. They keep going for another 5 or 6 overs. And there's going to be a lot of pressure in the second innings on Mater Dei. And Michael Doss will start to feel a little bit nervy as well. It's a good ball in the response. Really good ball. I like that. It was a good length. Didn't give him the room to free his arms either. Slapped away. Oh, it goes straight through the fielder's hands. And that's just going to allow the two to come across for a single rather easily. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, it just pops right through his hands. Pops right through his hands. Good morning to Nick. Glad you can join us. That's a much needed dot ball for Mater Dei. Zira are a very interesting team. I think they've got a good enough bowling unit where I think they could go up against some of the better teams and, you know, restrict them to reasonable totals. But the reason they're a real wild card is because of Michael Doss. You know, they probably don't have a batting unit anywhere near as complete as some of the big boys in this tournament, the likes of Gozo, Zalmi, Sweetie, and this is a shorter delivery. He just got that one wrong. Don't think you can be affording to bowl that length when you have rather slow pace. We'll have another look at that. Yeah, just too short. You know, when you're a slower bowler, you got to bowl a stump-to-stump line. As the second over comes to an end, United 35 for no loss. But you look at some of the real big boys in this series, Alex Knights, United, Strikers, Zalmi. I think those teams, they've got 4 or 5 good batters in their lineup. You look at Mater Dei, probably 2, maybe really 1, and Michael Doss, who's their talismanic hitter. And I think for a team like that, okay, you're not going to be favorites heading into a lot of matches because you know everybody knows that if they get Michael Doss cheaply, you're in a heap of trouble. But I think if a team like Mater Dei just gets into the quarterfinal, it's going to fall short of the keeper. And then Michael Doss comes in. He just has 3 absolutely incredible games. He comes out, he starts smashing the ball all over the place. For 3 matches, he has a great quarterfinal, semifinal, and final. You could be sitting here with an ECS trophy, and that's the beauty of this format. You know, you don't have an inherent advantage per se by finishing anywhere between 1st to 4th, other than the fact that you get to play a lower seed in the other group in the quarterfinals. But I think this is a team to watch out for, Mater Dei. You know, don't sleep on them. They're probably not getting talked about as much as some of these other 4 teams I mentioned. I think they could do rather well. You've even got teams like Bujiba Blasters who've been getting a little bit more talk than them. Oh, that one's going to be a wicket. I think it's come off the back of the bat. Really unfortunate here for Durai. And this is how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Abbasi, that's a pretty poor delivery. It's going down the leg side. Durai's eyes probably light up. And actually, let's have a look at the replay nice and slow. Let's have a look at this again. Keep in mind, I was looking at the ball sort of real time rather than at the screen, but let's see this replay. Oh, it's actually even worse than I thought. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense because it's come off the edge of the bat. It's clattered into his helmet. Oh, that is incredibly unlucky. And then it's popped up for a really safe catch. I mean, I'm glad he's wearing that helmet. Otherwise, he'd be in massive trouble. And it's a good thing the European Cricket Network, of course, encourages players to wear that helmet. There you go. That's another reason why you should wear one. And yeah, it's a early morning on all of us. Good ball over there by Abbasi to Bosnet, just back of a length, tailing back into him. See what Bosnet's trying to do. He's just looking to ramp it. Very fine of third man. Very good morning to Dave. Good to have you joining us in the chat. I'm just going to see Patel and Bosnet having a word with each other. Of course, this is a no ball. Coming up, free hit. So a nice free swing of the bat for Bosnet coming up. And he's going to smash this. But it's going to take one bounce and go over the boundary rope. So he takes advantage of the free hit here. Full credit to the batter. And you felt like Durai needed to get a 40-plus score to help Zira get to score maybe in the 120s or 130s. But now a lot of that pressure is on Patel and Bosnet to step up. Bosnet will probably be a little bit disappointed with his performance at times during this series. He hasn't been able to make as many runs as he would like. Has a look at the umpire. As you can see, I think he's looking to make room towards the offside. Oh, that one is going to be a wide down the leg side. Sam Aquilina is the wicketkeeper for Mater Dei. He's captained a couple games now. Oh, great delivery there. Really good ball by Abbasi. He was just trying to sneak in a leg stump Yorker. And it's a really good power play for Zira. Thing is that we know how top heavy this team is, so losing your star man, Suraj Durai, is a really, really big blow for them. We'll have a look at that graph. We can see a couple skyscrapers built in the first over, and then a lower density apartment in the third one. First over after the power play, it's going to be Amar Sharma, who's had a pretty good series so far. He's taken a number of wickets. He's also chipped in every now and then with a few handy runs. So he's going to go around the wicket here. Of course, with the fielding restrictions lifted, you can now have up to 5 fielders outside the ring. They're currently stationed at long on, long off, deep mid wicket, deep backward square, and deep extra cover. Starts off with a little loosener here, Sharma. That's wide. This is struck down towards Amar Sharma for a dot ball. I can see that win predictor has this game at 50-50 right now. I'd still have Mater Dei ahead. I think I agree with that. It's just 4%. And this is lifted. And has he taken that? Yes, he has. What a terrific catch out in the deep by Arif Sagar, diving down low. Stunning catch to start the day off. And Patel departs both the danger men have been sent back to the dugout. He doesn't quite get hold of it, but then Sagar, well, he had no problem getting hold of that one. A tremendous catch. And Patel has to depart. He was looking really good early in his innings. Made 14 off his first 7 balls. But his innings will be cut short. And that is a hammer blow for Zira United. Both their openers have departed. Let's take another look at this. Oh, what a catch. Absolutely amazing by Sagar. And this is why, you know, I said that they were just a little bit ahead here, Mater Dei, because they're so dependent on their top order, unfortunately, Zira United. And I think we're going to start to see this run rate shoot down significantly over these next 7 overs. And look at the win predictor. It's now bumped Mater Dei up to 68% after just 1 wicket. It was 53%, 54% the previous ball. And it's good to see that Intelligent Cricket has grasped that this Zira team have quite a few fragilities in their middle order. Yeah, he's just trying to push one a little bit wider here, Sharma, and that one skids on. This is a really, really good stroke. He's picked that one up very well, Kandal, and deposited that into the deep. As I said, a lot of these players, their career strike rates are under 120. So it's going to be rather challenging for them to try to come up with the runs. As he managed to time this, he's just about managed to get enough bat on it to pick out the gap between the fielders at long on and mid wicket. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, just falls short of the boundary rope, but it's a good hit. A pretty productive over. Got to credit Kandal there. Comes in, strikes a couple of boundaries. But let's see if Bosnet and Kandal can rebuild after losing the 2 danger men, Durai and Patel. Abbasi bowls a second over. I like this move to keep him on for a second over. It's really important that these teams try to capitalize on these early overs and keep plugging away. Oh, outside edge, goes away for a 4. Bosnet had no idea where that one was going. He's trying to batter it somewhere behind square leg, but gets that thick outside edge and it goes away for a 4. You know, I think that fielder at deep third man should stay out there. You know, you got a bowler going around the wicket. I think they try to swing it a few towards the leg side. You're always going to get a few edges. That's a perfect shot for Diana Oros with her burrito. She'll snap that picture for sure. Yeah, a little bit surprised they haven't kept someone rather fine at deep third man. Well, they won't have to if he continues to bowl that line. Maybe they should put some more people behind square on the leg side. And we're going to get a run out here, so a real mix-up between the 2 batters. And very, very good work there by Sam Aquilina. He was alive to it. Didn't take a risk, didn't bother throwing it, just ran to the other end And let's have a look at this massive mix-up. It's a very poor delivery. Should have been struck a lot harder for a 4. And you can see, well, he wasn't, he told him, he really told him there, Nolan Boston, that there wasn't a second run on, according to him. Well, there's going to have to be part of a huge bit of miscommunication. They throw away another wicket here. 0 United. Their side who have plenty of issues with the bat. Let's have a look at this. And in the end, he's got no choice but to give up his wicket there. Boston, decides to set off. And he will get run out. Again, just down the leg side. I'm not taking advantage of these deliveries. Keep in mind, there's no fielder in the deep behind square leg, so they just get a healthy amount of bat on these deliveries. They get a boundary. Well, he's going for a wide Yorker there, but inside edges it onto his own foot. The batter. End of the over. Just 7 runs off it, and a wicket comes courtesy of a run out. Good spell by Abbasi. Only 15 runs off it, although I think he got away with a few in that over. And here's a look at the stat telling us the run rates by day throughout this series. And yeah, this is a really good statistic. I think you can see that yesterday was a big day. 13.6. As I mentioned at the top of this broadcast, we had 6 scores north of 130, which we haven't had at any point throughout this series. Well, it was a little bit quieter to start off the week, Monday and Tuesday. Maybe a few of the players were still settling into the week, a few Monday blues. We're well in the swing of the week now. It's a Thursday, and maybe some of these batters will continue to strike the ball well throughout this day. You know, yesterday our first match was very low scoring. Both teams struggled to get to 100, and then they came alive in match 2. And then in the afternoon, you're seeing scores above 150. It was a really, really entertaining afternoon of cricket. And some of the 6s that were being hit yesterday too were quite remarkable. You know, these weren't just shots that were barely clearing the boundary rope by 5 or 10 feet. I'm talking about 6s that were going well clear of the netting and the fencing around here. I think there were a good 6 or 7 balls sent into that archery field we have on the leg side for the right-hander. And also a few to the tennis court. There was one that certainly ended up at the golf course. Oh, another great catch. Really, really sharp catch. Abbasi has had a terrific morning. He's bowled very well with an economy rate of 7.5. And now he takes this catch over here. Let's have a look at this. Bit of width on offer. He's looking to cut it. And Abbasi just takes a very sharp chance. Great morning for him. If you have him on your fantasy team, you'd be absolutely delighted right now, considering how well he's playing. And he's going to have to depart very cheaply here, Bhuvan Ariel. He's unfortunately not been able to get too many runs so far this series. He's played in ECS cricket before for some other teams, and he was certainly your highest run getter before this series, but he hasn't made a mark so far this series. We failed to see him put up a big score. A very good morning to Chris Ward, who's just having a peek before work. Just sneaks that one inside the tram line. Amar Sharma. Amar Sharma's bowled very well. 2 for 11, got 1 ball left in his bowling quota. He's also taken very important wickets from the likes of Patel and Ariel. This is struck hard. Oh, and it's going to find that gap between those 2 fielders again. I think they could have been a little quicker out of the block, anticipated that better once they saw that cross-batted shot coming out. They're just a little bit flat-footed to start, and that's going to cost them 4 runs. Amar Sharma will probably be a little bit frustrated. That's going to slightly dampen his figures, but they're still very, very impressive. And a 2 for 15 at the end of 2 overs. And this is what we said 4 overs ago. You know, once Durai and Patel departed, I said that, you know, they'd really struggle to even get to 100. You know, they started off this innings, you know, batting with a run rate of about 17.5 those first couple of overs, and it slowed down a little bit. They got to about 14 or 15. But once those 2 fell, it just felt like Zero would be in heaps of trouble. I think at times, though, Mater Dei, I don't think they've bowled as well as the numbers necessarily suggest these last few overs. I think they've gotten away with quite a few poor deliveries. So a lot of balls going down the leg side. And it's not like they're protecting that side either. I mean, there's no fielders behind square leg, so, you know, if they did punish some of these poor deliveries, they could easily have had an extra 12 or 14 runs here, Zira. Now then, let's see if Kandil, though, can play a big innings. We've seen him clear the boundary rope once already. He was capable of doing that. Just a couple more big blows for him, and we could have an interesting second half of the innings. And there's a big blow. Well, he came well inside the rope there, Arif Sagar. We saw him take a spectacular catch 3 overs ago. Let's have a look at this. It's in the slot. He hammers it away. Sagar should really be all the way back and take that catch at a comfortable height. And oh yeah, it just lands in front of the boundary rope, so it's going to be a 4. That will confirm it. It's not a 6. Yeah, this is struck firmly as well. It's going to be another boundary. So back-to-back boundaries here for the batter. Let's have a look at this. Good shot there. And some good strokes by Shop again. Yeah, that one's rather tame. There's quite a firm sound off the bat, mind you, and then you saw the ball just roll about 10 or 15 meters from where he struck it. It was a bit anticlimactic. This has been a decent over so far. 12 runs off. It's still got 1 ball to come. Oh, and he picks out the fielder. Kandil will be thoroughly disappointed. You know, he did the right thing there. Knew there's no protection out there in the deep. All he's got to do is hit that either side of the fielder. It goes away for a boundary, but he picks him out. He holds on to the catch well. And the 7th over comes to an end. 12 runs came off it. Well, here's a look at this brilliant year we've had, spanning the breadth of this entire beautiful continent. The 2023 European Cricket Series has been a tapestry of cultures, landscapes, and thrilling cricketing action. It all started right here in Malta all the way back in January, and since then it's been quite a journey across the continent. We've seen cricketing drama unfold against the backdrop of some of the most iconic cities on the continent. It really has been a terrific year, and I'm glad we're back in Malta for an encore. It's a fitting tribute to this island that's been so hospitable to us. Got a beautiful cricket community here, a great ground, some incredible people. Let's have a look at this. Does he have enough behind the line? I think he's safe. I think he should be good. You can just see enough of his foot is behind that line when the bails are whipped off. So I think he's going to be safe, and judging by what's happening on the playing field, it seems it's been radioed in that Shop again is safe, so we'll continue with the second ball. going back to that, it's just been it's just a great country, Malta, to play cricket in. We've done so many events here. You know, our second ECS, we've had lots of international cricket over here as well. We've seen the Maltese national team involved in a number of events as well. Oh, this one could be quite close, and it is. It's been given out. Pandari departs for a golden duck, so Derek will come waddling out. Let's see if Derek is nice and awake this morning. Let's have a look at this. Yup, he is trapped well in front. That's going to go on to hit middle stump. Let's see if a nice golden, shiny, sparkling Derek comes out. There he is. It's golden Derek coming out to greet Pandari. Don't think he'll like to see that. Good over so far by Nazir, just 1 run off it. Zimmel with a few comments about this batting lineup. I'm not sure I agree with that comment, Zimmel. I think the thing is they're very top heavy. You know, those first 3 or 4 batters, it really comes down to them, particularly Suraj Dharai, who's just head and shoulders above everyone. This is popped up. It's going to land safely. You know, a few matches ago, they were trying to chase down a target of 150, and Suraj Dharai just went on a heater, and they got to 120. So I think when batters like him click, this is going to be a stumping. The umpire will nod his head and raise the finger. So Shapagain departs as well. You know, the pressure just got a bit too much for him. He knew he had to bash a few balls away. Let's have a look at this. Decides to come out, but he completely misjudges that one. He'd probably have been better served staying inside his crease and then looking to hit a shorter ball. Great over by Nazir. It's 2 runs off it as well as 2 wickets. That replay will confirm he's been stumped, so no problem whatsoever over there. Zero United 80 for 7 at 8, and for a side we're 35 for no loss at the end of 2 overs. It's unfortunately been another massive exposure of their rather soft middle order. They're going to struggle to get to 100 here. If they get to 100, they'll be mightily pleased. You know, it's Satula, Nepal, number 8 and 9 out there. Just got to hope they get a little bit lucky and a few edges fly away. This one is down the leg side to wide. The important thing is they don't give up any extras here. You know, the last thing you want to do is bowl a minimo, give a big 5 wide. Just bowl out the stumps, keep things nice and straight. I think batters of this level will struggle to get the ball away. I really got to appreciate the innovation there by Satula. That's going to be given by. So 2 runs of extras so far this over, and you know, these are bonus runs. It could easily have been 2 balls into the over, at least 1 ball into the over, and a dot ball. That's another wide. So it's 3 runs of 1 legal delivery. You know, he needs to keep things simple here, Kumaran. You're bowling to batters 8 and 9 for Zira United. We've seen what this lineup is like. You've played it. He's probably played against them a number of times. Keep things nice and straight, full and straight. There we go. Even if he just keeps it around there, just wide enough where they can't get any bat on it, he's just going to play out dot ball after dot ball. Yeah, this is going to be a single. But let's see how Zero United do in the second innings. Of course, the big thing for them is they'll have to get rid of Michael Das rather early. If Michael Das bats for 3 or 4 overs, it's a game over from Zero United's perspective. Also Mater Dei's, but they'll be inching closer to a victory. It's a little bit of a mix-up, and it's going to be overthrows. It's going to be overthrows. Again, they need to be intelligent here. Mater Dei, these are not two batters who are going to threaten you too much with their run-getting ability. He goes for that one-handed as well. Use 2 hands. You know, there's no need to be that casual. Oh, they're looking to pinch another run, but they won't in the end. It's never on, in all honesty. Yeah, Rob Thompson giving an update about the World Cup. Big day yesterday, of course. India stamped their ticket to the final. Got South Africa and Australia today. This one is struck down the ground towards long on. And that's gonna, it's not the best throw. It was a very weak throw by Amar Sharma out in the deep. As the over comes to an end, fairly decent over from Zero's perspective. I think looking at these two batters, they can get 8 runs and over. They'll be very pleased. And they were helped by, there's 3 runs of extras there, 1 run off an overthrow. So that's a free boundary that Mater Dei gave up for absolutely no reason. Starts off with a wide here, Nazir, and I'm just really surprised why they're giving up so many freebies this late in the innings against 2 batters who we can, with no disrespect to them, we can see that they're really struggling to hit the ball. You know, I mean, it's completely fair to these two. They shouldn't be out here this late in the innings trying to get their side to a respectable total. That's going to be a stumping, so good ball there by Nazir. Credit to Nepal. I mean, he had to do something. You know, he had to try to force the initiative. He decides to advance down the wicket, maybe smash one. But it was a little bit obvious for the bowler. He just pulled his length back. And it's another stumping. Rob Thompson pointing out how well India are batting. Absolutely. I mean, it was always going to be a steep task for New Zealand. I mean, they gave it a great fight in the end. Daryl Mitchell, obviously, had that superb innings. I think at the end, Glenn Phillips, when he was still going there with Mitchell, if they could have, you know, continued to batter someone like Siraj, I think who had a rather difficult day yesterday, maybe New Zealand would have had half a chance. But I think, I believe, was it Williamson who said this or not? This one's another very good catch out at long on. Amar Sharma holds on to that one. We've seen some good catches taken by Mater Dei. This is a fairly decent hit by number 10. And Amar Sharma puts in the dive and takes the catch. Great effort there by Amar Sharma. And now Zira, they could get bowled out here. That'd be a little bit embarrassing. We'll have another look at that catch. Really good effort. And now then, we've also got the hat-trick ball coming up. So let's have a look at this. Are we going to get our 43rd hat-trick of the year? Let's have a look at the Hall of Fame. And we're yet to get a hat-trick so far in Malta. Here we go. Hat-trick ball. And we're still going to have to wait for a hat-trick a little bit longer. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, good over so far. Just the 1 run off it. I think since that little error he made where he gave up a wide, that's going to be a run out over there. So it's very lackluster at the end by Zero United. I think, you know, I was criticizing the way Mater Dei were in the 9th over where they needlessly gave up extras and overthrows. don't think this is the wisest running between the wickets. I get it, they have to take a risk. It's the end of the innings, but you've also only got 1 wicket in hand. And a ball after that, so a little bit suicidal. Zero United will end up with just 89 runs. It's a below par total. And let's see if they can give themselves a chance with some good bowling early in the second innings. As we'll have a look at the highlights, of course, they started off really strong. They saw some good bowling in response, though, right at the end of the power play by Mater Dei. Once they got that wicket as Suarez Durai, things just started to unravel. They really did. They see a few mix-ups as well. There was some poor running between the wickets, in all honesty, by Zero United. 3 runouts, which is never good to see. We saw great catches as well. Full credit to Mater Dei. They held on to some really, really good ones. That was a little bit unlucky. It was a poor ball, and he managed to pick out the lone fielder. And I'd say Sam Aquilina, he had a pretty good game as well, involved in a couple of stumpings. He'll be very pleased with himself. Amar Sharma taking that catch of Kunwar right at the end. And then Yonjan will be run out. Sharp work by Muthu Kamaran and Michael Nazir over there. As we, of course, come to the end of the first innings, let's have a look at the scorecard. It was a very good start for Zero United. They were 35 for no loss at the end of the second over, but right at the end of the power play, they lost Suarez Durai and things fell apart for them from there. It was, as you can see, that middle order, just not enough runs from them, which is why they end up with just 89 runs. We'll have a look at the bowling card for Mater Dei. A couple of the bowlers who bowled those first 2 overs, Sagar and Ghosh, were a little bit expensive. They gave up 18 and 17 runs respectively, but then whoever came on to bowl after them post the power play did a terrific job. Very respectable figures for the whole lot of them. Michael Nazir, look at his figures, 4 for 3 in 1.5 overs. The one slight concern for them will be the 7 wides they bowled. They'll need to clean that up in the second game. Either way, they have a target of 90 to chase down in the second innings. Join us again in a few moments as we'll bring you the chase.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back for the second innings of our opening match of the day between Zira United and Mater Dei. Mater Dei will be very pleased. They managed to restrict Zira to just 89 runs in that first innings. So, just got to come out here. Bad with a great proficiency, and they should be able to get over the finishing line. Suraj Dharai is going to bowl this first over. He's had a very good year, and particularly with the bat in hand. He's been averaging 41.5 so far this series. Be a little bit disappointed that he couldn't convert his start this morning into a big score. That player right at the top of your screen, Michael Das, he's had no problem converting starts into big scores. He's already made more than 330 runs. He's averaging 66 so far this series, a top run getter of this ECS. He's not sitting around making little 20s and 8s. He's going on to play those big innings, making those 70, 80 plus scores. Just been incredible the run he's been on throughout this series. And if Michael Das is still there in 3 or 4 overs time, it's probably game over for Zira. Oh, and this is a big moment. And the umpire says it's just going down the leg side. That was very, very close. They needed that decision, Zira. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, it's a good decision there by the umpires. Probably just doing too much. Going down the leg side, but an early scare. And I love this. I really love this matchup to start this innings off. It's the two best players on each team going head to head in the very first over. And so far, Dharai is just about winning this battle. Here's the thing though, Michael Das can afford to play a little conservatively this over just because of how low the target is. But the question is, will he? And I don't think he will. I think he's the kind of guy that he's not going to be content to get just 7 or 8 runs off an over. He wants a 15 plus. Yeah, he goes for the big shot. And this one beats the bat. Great bowling here by Dharai. Two fielders in the deep are currently stationed at long on and deep mid wicket. He's going to want to bowl nice and straight here. Suraj Dharai. Oh, he gives too much width over there. Can't afford to bowl there. Das plays that away for a boundary. Good shot. Think it's going to be a 4. Just lands in front of the boundary rope. And a very good ball there by Dharai. Going straight on the stumps, and it's good to see Michael Das giving him some respect. He knows what a good bowler he is. Maybe they just are going to try to play Dharai a little bit more conservatively, try to be a bit more pragmatic in playing against him. This is pushed away towards square leg. It's going to be 1 run. Michael Das will keep strike. 5 runs off that over. Das is still there, which is the important thing from his side's perspective. But Dharai bowled superbly and gave up just 5 runs It's been 208 matches since we last had a golden ball in the European Cricket Network. We hate to see that counter continue to tick up, but surely it will break eventually. Last golden ball we had was all the way back in Rome. During the ECI we covered, it was in a match between Italy and Austria. Italy took that victory, a great innings by their captain to see them over the finishing line. Here's Bhandari. Maybe Michael Das will be a little more aggressive against him. That's where the opportunities will open up for Bhandari as well. So it's got to be ready. And all the fielders as well, they've got to be on their toes. Definitely going to be a lot of big shots coming this over. Oh, good ball there. And this is the first time I've seen Das having made just 5 runs off his first 7 balls. You know, he's so far this series, he's been getting off to incredible starts and then just pummeling bowlers for as long as he's been out there. Full credit to Zira, they've bowled terrifically. And he gives that ball the respect it deserves. He can afford to be a little bit conservative, considering the target is 90, but can't play defensive for too long. Oh, good morning to Kroom. Yeah, absolutely. It is time to break that streak. Oh, short and wide. It's going to get cut away for a 4. Bhandari just getting that one wrong. Score is too low to be bowling deliveries like that, especially to a man like Michael Das who can hit good balls for a 6. No need to give him easy short and wide ones. He's got a long off and a long on in place here. Bhandari, so needs the ball full and straight. Yeah, shout to catch it, but it's going to clear the fielder easily. And it's going to go away to a boundary. It's third 4 of the innings. A little too short there, I have to say. Bhandari should be bowling a lot fuller than that, especially with the kind of field setting he has. And it goes away for a 4. Yeah, good point here by Dave. Need to get a lot of wickets here early if we even want to get close to a golden ball. Oh, this is absolutely blasted. A brilliant flick off his pads. That's going to go away for a 6. So this Bhandari over. We started off with a couple of dot balls. The last 3 balls have been all Das. 14 runs off it already. And he's more than making up for that slow start to his innings, Michael Das. Moves on to 19. It's really very easy for him to just shift up the gears. He's well aware of the target, so he can afford to pace his innings a little bit. I think Durai probably comes back for his second over, the next one. Yeah, unless Durai gets rid of Michael Das. I don't think the run rate's going to bother Maturdai too much. Yeah, he's just being smart here, Michael Das. He's targeting certain bowlers. He knows Durai is a star player on this Zira United team. So he knows if he, goes at about a run a ball against him, maybe even 8 or 9, if he can give him a poorer delivery every now and then. Oh, this is a really wide one. Keeper always going to struggle to get to that. And we're going to see Yunus on strike for the first time this innings. But he can afford to be rather pragmatic when batting against Durai and then just target everyone else. And get to this target of 90. A win in this match from Maturdai all but secures them a place in the quarterfinal. Whereas for Zira, they lose this one. Pretty much have to win every single game from here on out. 2 overs in the books. Mater Dei are 22 for no loss. We'll have a look at the standings for Group A, and that's exactly what I was referring to. If Zira lose this game, they probably need to win another 3 games in a row just to at least get to 6 points. Even then, though, they have a mathematical chance, but probably not a realistic chance. But 2 losses this morning, the most they can end up with is 4 points, and then they're pretty much out of this. So Zira United fighting for their quarterfinals lives, whereas Mater Dei, they want to get into a nice sweet spot, you know, try to end up in second or third. I think getting to first is going to be a little bit difficult for them, considering how good teams like Edix Knights are right now, who are racing away in this group with 8 wins in 8. I don't see them losing that top spot, so pretty much mathematically impossible for them to. Yeah, just played off the pads. That goes straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. Yeah, Mater Dei would basically need to win out, so they draw level on points with the Edix Knights, but their net run rate is really good. And the Knights' 2 remaining games, I believe, are against Mater Dei as well. So that fixture is going to be really important when those 2 teams play each other. Straight down the ground. This is going to be a 6 for Michael Das, who's settling into his innings. He's on to 25 of 13. So basically for Mater Dei to secure the top spot, they're going to have to win both these games here today against Zira, which is certainly possible. And then they're also going to have to beat Edix Knights twice, which is going to be much harder. Oh, Jeffrey Mobbs with a little World Cup update in the chat. Not good news, it seems, if you're a South African fan. Yeah, if you support South Africa, maybe you should consider having this game along as well, at least on a second screen. Actually, all cricket fans, we've got a really good slate of games today. 4 matches, 4 really interesting matches. Short. This is pulled away. It's gone for a 6. Michael Das moves on to 31. He is looking really good out there. And as I said, if he's still batting in the 4th or 5th over, it's game over for Zira United. A little bit surprised, though, that they decided to bowl Kandel this 3rd over. I would have brought Suraj Durai right back on. He's the only bowler who's troubled Michael Das. And at this point, I mean, what's the point of holding him back for the end of the innings? There might not even be. That's an 8th or 9th over. So bowl your best guys out right at the start when you're trying to defend a low target. This one goes away for 4 as well. Kandel straying onto the pads. Again, I'm very perplexed that they've chosen not to bowl out Suraj Durai in the power play. Already a 1/3 of the way there. They're more than a 1/3 of the way there, Mater Dei. Inside edges this one into the pitch. That's going to be a dot ball to end the over, but Michael Dassey's been hogging all the strike for himself. Yunus faced 1 ball in that entire power play. As Mater Dei are 38 for no loss. They need to go at under 7.5 over for the remainder of this innings. I think now, looking at those couple of skyscrapers they constructed after that little bungalow they built in the 1st over, it's now a question of how soon can Mater Dei finish this. I think they could probably chase this down in another 3 or 4 overs if Michael Das is still there. If he departs, then might take them a little bit longer. In comes Bosnet. It's interesting they haven't gone straight back to Suraj Durai. I don't get what they're holding him back for. I mean, if the aim is to hold him back for a 9th or 10th over, I'm sorry, you might not even get one. That is a rather close call for Eunice. But let's continue to examine the standings. So, as we just determined, Mater Dei would have to win both their games today against Zero, which is certainly possible. If they want to get to that top spot, this is going to clear the boundary open, go for a 6. Really nice shot there by Eunice, just over-pitched by the off-spinner. And it's hammered straight down the ground, although can't say Bosnet's turning it too much. And then they will play the EDX Knights in their last couple of games. They'll have to defeat the Knights in both those matches and also get enough of a net run rate boost. Well, it's certainly still possible for Mater Dei. I think getting ahead of Sweetie United is certainly possible, as Sweetie picked up that shock loss against Overseas, which will make it very hard for them to get that top spot. If anything, yeah, they're mathematically out of that race, as a matter of fact. So the best Sweetie United can finish is in second place. Really good catch taken there by Suraj Durai. A sharp catch. He proves that not only can he bat and bowl extremely well, he's also one of the best fielders in this team. Takes that one really well at mid-wicket. And the first one falls. Eunice just hit that lone 6, but otherwise he didn't have much of the strike for that innings. Love this pun by Dave. He doesn't hold a candle to Michael Das. Referring to bowler in the third over, Tanaka Kandel, or Kandel, however you'd pronounce it. So the best Sweetie United can finish is second, whereas Mater Dei still have a chance to finish in first place. I put Mater Dei as favorites to probably end up in second place right now. I would predict them to pick up 4 points in today's fixtures. And ooh, that's a lead has been left by everyone, including the keeper. That's 4 runs of by Zero United. Again, you're defending a very low target, so you don't really have enough runs to play with. That one is it's going to go past the off stump. You talk about the tightest of leaves. That certainly is one of them. Fourth over comes to an end. Mater Dei 48 for 1. But if you have a look at this, so if they finish second, Mater Dei, they would play against the Bujiba Blasters in Group B. Group B is a little more even. It's kind of hard to say where teams are going to finish. We've got the Royal Strikers with 10 points, then we've got Zalmi, the Blasters, and Marsa all at 8. The Marsa, though, have played some extra games. This one is up in the air, and it's going to clear the fielder at long off quite comfortably. A big 6 there. Michael Das continues to hammer the bowling. They do bring Durai back. You feel it's a bit too late at this stage. I don't really know what he can do over here. The Reagan 777 saying Michael Das is like a name in Indian movies. It portrays a gangster really well. He's certainly a don out on the cricket pitch, isn't he? I've been so impressed watching him play. He's such a game changer, a terrific player. And Sushil Katka with the point that Zero United are a bit of a one-man army with Suraj Durai. Yeah, I agree. He's a talismanic all-rounder for them. Now, he's come close to pulling off some upsets this series, but he just hasn't had enough support, unfortunately. Goes for that cover drive there, Michael Das, and he wants to get it. Yeah, Group B is a little bit tougher to judge right now. I would say Marsa are probably odds-on favorites to finish in 4th place. And we saw Marsa yesterday. They caught fire with a bat in hand. They posted a score of 172 in their first match, and then 155. Inside edge, so maybe Marsa are just starting to get hot at the right time. You know, you want your best form heading into the quarterfinals. And they just want to be able to carry it for the remainder of the knockout stage. So maybe you don't want to finish first and face a team like Marsa in the first quarterfinal, who could just start blasting you all over the place. Some of those sixes Marsa were hitting yesterday as well. I mean, they were heading into the golf course and the archery field. So I think your seeding is going to be very important. This one struck away behind .44 because when you get into the knockout stages, I think you got to start looking at the bracket and thinking a little bit about matchups. Who do you want to play? Who do you not want to play? I know it's not, as people say, that it isn't always the right mentality. You just want to go in there thinking we'll beat whoever we have to face. But you got to be smart in knockout tournaments. You know, I mean, no one sits here and says, well, England only had to beat Sweden and Colombia to get to the semifinal of the 2018 FIFA World Cup. But they managed to get into they got second place in the group stages. They had a favorable draw through to the semifinals. And I think that's just where you have to be smart sometimes. You know, we see teams doing this in World Cups all the time. Not so much in the Cricket World Cup, of course. Quite a bit in the FIFA World Cup. You see this in tournaments like March Madness as well, where I think the brackets are so important in determining who's going to win it all. And some of these teams are going to have to look into that as well. Marsa, I think yesterday they showed they're a really dangerous side, even though Bujiba Blasters are above them in the table right now. You know, they beat him a couple of times. This one is played across the line. It's going to go away for a 4. Nice shot there by Michael Nazir. Gets off the mark with a good-looking stroke. I'd say the Warriors now, they're probably in a bit of trouble. We'll have a look at the ECL, of course. Some great groups over here. A lot of good teams are involved in this year's ECL. It's going to be bigger and better than ever before. Malta's representative, Gozo Zalmi, they're going to be in Group E. We get to see a team other than Dreux as well for the first time from France. Paris University Club is going to be in Group D there, so got a nice little French derby. And Gina Brescia playing for Italy in Group A. It's not going to be Roma Creek Club this year, of course. Roma Creek Club were amazing. The ECS we had in Rome. You know, they went the entire tournament undefeated, and that's going to be a stumping. So Michael Das is not going to get his half century. Good bowling there by Boston, and he saw the batter advancing. He decided to push one wider, and a rare false shot for the man, the myth, and the legend, Michael Das, who departs having made just as many runs as you can see in that number on the back of your jersey. 46 for him. He doesn't get another half century, which I'm sure will greatly disappoint him. But he's left his teammates a pretty easy task over here. They have to get just 26 of 29. We'll have another look at that wicket. But yeah, chime in with your views in the chat. What do you think? How should teams approach these group stages? You know, typically in these European cricket series, we have those eliminator rounds. So teams that finish first have to play a lot less games to make it to the semifinals, or the final, I should say, than teams that finish lower down the order. That's, of course, the format we had in the ECS earlier this year in Malta. The top 2 teams went straight to the semifinal, whereas the lower seeds had to go through an elimination round, which was a lot like a wild card. So that's another wicket there for Basnet. Make that 2-2. He's going to be on a hat-trick here. Now are we going to get our 43rd hat-trick? Derek's going to come waddling out. A nice golden Derek to greet Sharma. He's caught plumb in front there. Good decision by the umpire. And there is a golden Derek. Real shame here for Amar Sharma. He would have liked to stay on to score the winning runs. Let's have a look at that. Where is the impact? That might be the only question mark, I think. Is the impact around the off stump? I think it probably should be fine. Would love to hear your opinion on the chat. Here's a look at the Hall of Fame. 42 hat-tricks so far this year. Still waiting for our 43rd. and our first one in Malta. It's been more than 2 weeks since we had a hat-trick on the European Cricket Network. And look at this, we got plenty of catchers in position. I'd love to see this from Zira. Hat-trick ball coming up. Oh, that one's certainly going down the leg side. Quite an optimistic appeal. We can't blame him. He's got to go up on the hat-trick ball. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, it's obviously going down the leg side. There's no question about that. But they're just going to keep the catchers in place. Good idea here from Mater Dei. Beg your pardon, Zira United. Get rid of the slip fielder, though. They just move Suraj Durai now to a square leg inside the ring. He's on the one. And he cleans him up there, Bosnet. Tahir with a very poor shot. A huge gap between bat and pad. And the third wicket falls in the space of 4 overs. Now, we have talked about how fragile this Mater Dei middle order is. You know, and they're extremely dependent on Michael Das to score their runs. That one just striking the top of the off stump. Perfect delivery. Are we going to see a much nervier finish than we thought? It's now come down to a run of ball because they've lost 3 wickets in the space of 4 balls. And oh wow, could this game that we thought was going to be a comfortable Mater Dei victory turn out to be a little bit nervier? Gonna be interesting to see. Yeah, Helix pointing out that one is worth a shot at just for scare the umpire. Yeah, absolutely, Helix. Good to see this, though. They're going to bring Suraj Durai back in slip. And I like this. I like this captaincy here. Full credit to Bhuvan Ariel, the skipper. Got plenty of catchers, short mid-wicket and short cover. Oh, and that's another dot ball. Well, well, well. What do we have ourselves here? This one just goes above the off stump. 1 ball to come in this over. And he gets his fifer! It's a quadruple wicket maiden! A quadruple wicket maiden! Have we ever seen this before on the European Cricket Network? Absolutely amazing! Well, I am stunned. We might be about to witness one of the unlikeliest results we have ever seen on the network. That was one of the most remarkable overs you will see. A quadruple wicket maiden. Wow. I am not going to get tired of repeating that. I'm going to say quadruple wicket maiden at least 10 more times for the remainder of this game, because we have never seen anything like that before, or at least I haven't. I think I'd love to get any of the statisticians up. Has that ever happened on the network? And a big congratulations as well to Bosnet for getting his fifer. Really, really special. And let's have a look at that again. 4 wickets in that over and not a single run. And now, Mater Dei might be on the ropes. Oh, and that one is been spilled by Ariel. It's gonna go past him. You can't afford to do that. They've just released a ton of pressure on Mater Dei. We just saw a quadruple wicket maiden. All he had to do was hold on to it. It was gonna be another dot ball. And we'd be talking about 26 runs needed of 23, but instead, it's come back down to under a run of ball, 22 of 23. Oh, this is the first ball we've seen struck out of the middle of the bat for a long time. 21 of 22. It's Aquilina on strike. We saw him do a great bit of wicket keeping earlier. Now then, can he do something spectacular. Can he guide his side over the finishing line? And that's going to be another dot ball. You can see a little bit of a nothing shot. He was kind of caught in two minds. And then on the rehearsal, you can see he's practicing the cover drive he should have played. And straight to the fielder, short cover. I love this. Great captaincy by Ariel. I know he let one past him, which he really shouldn't have. Helix saying, imagine if Corey was here. Yeah, Corey would be stunned. I think he'd be absolutely shocked to see that. That's a big, big full toss. Is that a no ball? Well, the umpire at square leg hasn't signaled a no ball here, but I'd like to take a look at that. Yeah, it should be fine. That is fine. But Aquilina fails to take advantage. 20 of 19. Oh, is that a wide? It looks like there was some bat there, so he spoiled the wide, Michael, this year. 20 runs needed of the last 3 overs. Usually that'd be a cakewalk in the park, but the way this lower order is batting, we could be in for a very nervy finish. This could be a thriller right at the end of match 1. Let's have a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game. Zero United will be taking on Mater Dei once again, the second game of this doubleheader. Zero United, of course, are 0-6. They're winless so far. They're still looking for their first ECS win. And could they get one here? In the unlikeliest of circumstances, keep in mind, Mater Dei needed to go at under a run of ball when Michael Das was here. Then Boston comes out, bowls a quadruple wicket maiden, and he's turned this game on his head. That Yonjan over, 6 runs off it, and 4 of those runs came courtesy of that bye. Imagine those 4 runs hadn't been given. It'd be 24 needed of the last 3 overs. And it's another dot ball. Kundal's first over went for 16. Well, this one will probably be a lot cheaper. Very good morning to you, Julian. Glad you're joining us at the right time. It's a good thing you got to see that stunning over. Down the ground. Going to take some good field to get long on. He holds his nerve well there. Achal Patel, 19 of 16 now. Oh, this is a really stunning match. I don't think any of us saw this coming. We'd already begun to talk about the next match. We thought Michael Das was just going to hammer away 20 runs in a couple of overs. But it's turned out to be quite the opposite. They made a real meal of it here, Mater Dei. And they might even be staring at defeat. Oh, and he's just snuck that one inside the tram line. Oh, I think he might have got away with one there. Kundal might have got away with one. Susan Casey saying the comeback is on. I agree, Susan, but he's got to stop bowling these wides. If he keeps bowling these wides, then he might have spoilt his side's chances. Oh, shouts to catch it. It's taken. Another wicket falls. Mater Dei 72 for 6. What is going on here? Oh, what are they doing? They needed to go at 5.5 and over at one stage. And wickets are falling apart. Oh, this has been quite a collapse. I can't believe what I'm witnessing. 18 needed a 14 now. Let's take a look at that wicket. Comes off the top edge. It's a pretty comfortable catch from Bhuvan Ariel. And he got to credit his captaincy as well. Once Michael Das departed, he brought all the fielders in close. And he tried to make this as challenging as possible. And boy, has he done that. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. This has been a remarkable performance by Zero United these last 3 overs. Oh, he spoiled a wide there, Coach. He could have left that one alone. Might have spoiled a wide there. Oh, it's hard to tell if it was wide with that angle. 17 of 13 now. Oh, this goes down the leg side. Does this have enough to go for the boundary? No, it doesn't, but they'll come back for a second run. Good running between the wickets. And a credit to Aquilina there. He just knocks it towards fine leg for a couple of runs. 15 needed of the last 2 overs. I didn't think we'd be saying this. Well, many of us thought the game would be done by now, that we'd be in the match break. But it's quite the opposite. Mater Dei find themselves in a position where they need 15 of 12. And they've only managed to get 11 of the last couple of overs. Will Jennings, I love this. Their brains are scrambled like eggs at breakfast. Harry Atkins saying they just need to bowl. I agree with you, Harry. They just need to keep it full and straight here, because this is absolutely shocking batting by the lower order. As long as Mater Dei just don't bowl extras here, I think they could pull this off. I think they could pull off the upset. The key here is just don't go down the leg side. Bowl at the stumps. And they should be able to see themselves over the finishing line in a remarkable win. Here we go. Good ball there. Really good ball. Oh, that was an unnecessary throw. Why has he done that? Oh, that is an awful mistake by Suraj Dharai. There was no need to go for that throw. He's going for the direct hit, and he's just gifted them a single. Hold on to the ball here. Really poor decision there. Oh, it's an edge. But it's a good thing they've kept the fielder out at deep third man. When you've got the tail batting, you've got to keep that deep third man really fine, because most of their runs are probably going to come off edges. Now then, 13 needed of 10. Koch is on strike. Oh, that's the first shot we've seen come off the middle of the bat with a nice sound, but he strikes it straight towards the fielder at point. That goes either side of him, and it goes to the boundary. This would have been really, really nervy. We haven't seen a 4 struck off the bat since the 5th over. Just keep that in mind. You know, we're in a T10 game, and that's going to be another single. So since Michael Das hit a boundary of Suraj Dharai back in the 5th over, we haven't seen a boundary. That's absolutely remarkable. We have gone 4 overs almost without seeing a boundary. Yeah, this is, he's playing some good shots here, Ghosh. I think looking at the way Ghosh is batting, if there's anyone who can hit a boundary for Mater Dei, it might be him. But now 10 runs needed of 7 balls. My goodness, I didn't think we were going to come down to a dramatic final over. I don't think anyone did. Here we go now. Oh, this is very interesting by Mater Dei. They're going to give up the single here. I think that's not a bad idea, because Aquilina doesn't look like he's going to hit a boundary. Ghosh has actually managed to middle a couple. You probably can't give up singles, but if you saw their tactics, they had everyone on the 1 previously. But for that last ball, they just all went around the ring, and were keen to give up the 1. You know, I don't know what those of you at home will think about that. They've only got 10 runs to play with, so maybe giving up a single isn't a great idea, but I'd rather have Aquilina on strike. If there's anyone they could sneak in a couple of dot balls to, he's the guy. Let's remind you, the golden ball rules. In the event of a tie, the match is decided by a golden ball. That's something unique to us here on the European Cricket Network. And if the batting team gets 2 or more runs, they win. 6-6 so far this year between the batting and bowling team. 9 needed of 6. It's going to be Kunwar who's going to bowl this final over. He gets his first over in the final one. They don't go back to Yonjan, which has absolutely baffled me. But he starts off with a wide here, Kunwar. Keep in mind, Yeonjun gave up just 2 runs off his bowling in that sole over he bowled, but the captain decides not to go with him, so this is a little bit baffling. You know, I've seen Kunwer bowl before. He's a decent bowler. But yeah, all a little bit shocking. Dot ball to start off. 9 needed of 5. Oh, that one comes back quite a bit. Are they going to come back for a second? Yes, they will. Oh, it's a little bit of a mix-up. Would have been a chance for a run out there. Let's take a look at this. Inside edged. And for a second, I think Ghosh maybe just thought about staying on strike, which wouldn't have been too bad an idea. But then it just takes that nasty bounce off the edge of the pitch. And that's going to ensure that Mater Dei come back for a second run. 7 of 4 now, so running between the wickets is not going to be enough. They're going to have to find a way to strike a boundary. We haven't seen a boundary since the 5th over. But we're going to have to see one now if Mater Dei are going to pull this one off. Edge! Does this have enough to go for a 4? No, it doesn't. A good bit of fielding out in the deep. He cuts that one out. And it's up to Ghosh now. He's got to get 6 runs of 3 balls. I think it's a good thing that Ghosh is on strike. He's actually managed to middle a couple of balls. If anyone's looked like hitting a boundary, it's him. Does he just stay on strike here for these remaining 3 balls and back himself to get these 6 runs? 6 needed of 3 now. They put deep backward point into place. Here we go. This one's gone up in the air. Does it clear the boundary rope? It does! It's the first boundary we've seen since the 5th over. And it's the boundary that will win the game. Ghosh comes on strike and he hammers the 6 to win it. I don't think he knows that his side has won just yet. And it's just starting to sink in. This one is a well clear the boundary rope, so it's obviously a 6. And I just wonder if he was a little bit confused whether that was a 4 or not or something, but it is a 6. It's clearly a 6. And Harry Atkins called it in the chat. He said Ghosh was going to win it for them, and Ghosh certainly did. Well, did Mater Dei make that a lot more nervy than it needed to be? That was a nail-biting finish, and you got to feel for Zero United. They've had so many tough losses. They move on to 0-7 now, whereas Mater Dei pick up their 5th victory. But we saw once again just how fragile that Mater Dei middle order is. When Michael Das gets out, they really struggle to score runs. Let's have a look at the highlights of that innings. That was a very close first ball where we thought maybe Michael Das could get dismissed. We're just taking a look at some of the strokes that were played. That was a good catch by Durai, and then we saw this really, really tight lead by Nazir. It went past Ariel. You know, a couple of those went past Ariel. And back in hindsight, those 8 runs they needlessly gave up, well, if they still had those, saved those 8, it could have been in for quite a finish. And maybe, just maybe, Zero United would have pulled out the win. This is that terrific over that was bowled. A quadruple wicket maiden for Nalin Basnet. He was absolutely delighted after that. And these were some of those costly mistakes that Bhuvan Ariel made. 2 dot balls that slipped past him and went to the boundary rope. He could have those 2 balls back and save those 8 runs. Then maybe his side would have pulled off an absolutely remarkable win. That was a truly sensational game. Keep in mind, they were at 64 for 1 at the 5 over mark. They struggled to make 26 runs off the last 5 overs. We'll have a look at the scorecard here. Michael Das was the lone scorer of note. He made 46 of 23. And then you look at that middle order. Amar Sharma, Tazib Tahir, and Zubair were all victims of that Basnet quadruple wicket maiden. Aquilina and Pintu Ghosh had to somehow try to pull off the victory at the end. Ghosh hit a winning 6, and he secured his side the victory. We'll have a look at the bowling card for Zira United. Those 13 runs of extras, those 8 runs of buys, the ones that slipped past Bhuvanarial, he will live to regret that. Those were some very costly mistakes. I was very surprised Navraj Yonjan didn't bowl the final over. They went for Kunvar instead, and that's another mistake they might look back at and wonder if they could have done things differently. In the end, Mater Dei managed to pull this one off. They win it by 4 wickets with just 2 balls to spare, when at one stage we thought they were going to secure a very comfortable victory. Join us again in a few moments as we'll bring you our second match of the day.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
It's our second match of the day. We're really looking forward to this one. Zira United will be taking on Mater Dei. Both these teams are in a big race to try to make it to the quarterfinals. Let's head over to Stefan Gooch, who's alongside both the captains.
Zero to call.
Tail.
Tails is called. It is heads. Good luck. All the best. Have a good game. Mater Dei have won the toss and they're batting. Back over to you in the comm box.
Thank you very much. Here's a look at this beautiful shot of the Marsa Sports Ground where we'll be playing today's match. This is a wonderful complex. You can see that nice pavilion we have to our right. Absolutely brilliant place to play some cricket. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for the upcoming match. And as you can see, a lot of great players over there. Suraj Dharai and Michael Das, of course, the two main men to look out for. Terrific players. And this is going to be another interesting match. The first one between these two. Boy, that was a doozy, wasn't it? We thought Zira United were set to win. A really close one right at the end. And then we see that big six. He's had so many twists and turns. Of course, initially, Mater Dei really should have seen that game out. The required rate was under a run a ball. And then Michael Das departed and the middle order just fell apart. We didn't see a single boundary struck for 4.4 overs. And then right at the end, they need 6 of 3. And the number 9 batter steps up, hammers a 6 down the ground to break Zira United hearts. And now, well, they're in real trouble. It's going to be very hard for them to make it to the knockout stages. Even if they win these remaining 3 games, I think net run rate's going to play a big role as well. So they're on the outside looking in here, Zira United. Whereas Mater Dei, they're in a great position. Here we go. First ball of this match. Oh, top edge. It goes away for a 4. So it's a little scare for Michael Das to start off. It also hits him on the side of the helmet. You can just see him explaining what happened. Top edge onto his helmet, away for a 4. It's a good thing he's wearing one. Seen a few blows off the helmet. Of course, Suraj Dharai earlier this morning, he was looking to play a big drive towards the leg side. It caught the outside edge, then it hit his helmet and it popped up in the air, and it was a fairly simple catch. Yeah, I hope you all caught your breath after the previous match. That one was really stunning. I don't think any of us saw that coming. You know, we thought it was going to be, initially we thought it was going to be a very comfortable victory for Mater Dei, and then Zira United got themselves into a position where I think they went ahead in the game, especially with 6 needed of 3 and a couple of lower order batters there. Just doing a little concussion test here. Michael Das. A concussion test with a little shopping bag full of medical kit. They're just asking him some questions. I can see that here. He's being shown some fingers. Asked to count how many fingers there are. Maybe they asked him to do a little bit of arithmetic as well. Looks like he's passed the rather brief concussion test, and he can go out there and resume his innings. Straight to the field, recover. Of course, that man who collected it is Nalin Basnet, who pulled a quadruple wicket maiden in that previous match. That was absolutely stunning. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. And it dragged his side back into the game, into a position where they were favorites to win right at the end, but then Up steps the batter, breaks their hearts with that big 6 down the ground. Pintu Kosh with that big hit. Lineups are unchanged for both, at least for Zira United for this match. Mater Dei do have one change. Unfortunately for them, Michael Nazir won't be playing in this match. He has to leave the game due to personal reasons, so he's been removed from the lineup. He won't be taking part in this match. Instead, we're going to see Manuel Anthony come in place of him. He's been listed to bat at number 7. Of course, Michael Nazir bowled really well in the previous match, had figures of 4 for 3. And those were incredibly impressive, stunning numbers. And then Nalin Basnet came in, bowled 5 for 6, took that quadruple wicket maiden, and somehow topped his performance. This is just pushed away. Yeah, it did seem to be a concussion test because, at least from what I could see, they were sort of putting up fingers, asking him to count how many numbers. They were asking him some questions. I think certainly looked like he did a little bit of counting. Probably asked him to do some sums as well, and maybe asked him to remember a few things. So, yeah, it did seem like he had a concussion test. This is pushed towards mid-on. It's going to be a single as the over comes to an end. Mater Dei 6 for no loss at the end of the first. Well, Cardama will come alive once again in 31 days as we host the inaugural ECCW. Europe's premier talent from 5 different nations will take to the field on the 17th of December to take part in an incredible celebration of women's sport and European cricket. What an incredible way to close out the year. Really looking forward to that. Should be a great showcase of skill, passion, and determination. So Jeffrey posted a little lineup earlier. It unfortunately kind of got lost in the thick of that very close finish we had in the first match. So Jeffrey posted his Australian team that he would take to Cardama. I'll read it out for you. This is cleaned him up. So Sharma departs. Bhandari gets a wicket. Not the best stroke there by Sharma. He gets promoted up the order. A little bit surprised why he hasn't batted particularly well throughout this series. Big gap between bat and pad that cleans him up. And Sharma not able to capitalize on the promotion. He departs having made just 1 run. But yeah, going back to Jeffrey's lineup. So, Jeff, for starters, you're a few bowlers short, and I don't quite know if you've got your team in order as well. I think your batting lineup's a bit funny. I'll just post the lineup Jeffrey posted earlier for any of you who might have missed it. So you've got Marsh and Maxwell. Obviously, you take those two there. Stoinis, Green, Warner, Smith. Then you got David, who I assume you mean David Warner by him. Matthew Wade as well. That's a pretty interesting call. And then Mitchell Stark, Zampa, and Labuschagne. And you said that you're taking Labuschagne just for his fielding. Oh, this is just run down towards third man for bounders. He has some impressive hitters there. I'd obviously say you're a few bowlers short unless you want to get Cameron Green bowling a couple of overs, and maybe also Stoinis, and then I guess you get Marsh to bowl as well. I'm assuming that's your plan. Personally, yeah, I'd say you'd want like 5 great bowlers for T10 cricket. So obviously throw in Pat Cummins and Josh Hazelwood. Then maybe we could have some discussion about the 5th bowler. Maybe go for Sean Abbott. This is certainly going down the leg side. I think Andrew Ty, he'd be a great shout. He's a very creative bowler. He's got so many wonderful variations. I think for Cardama and for T10 cricket, at that level, you'd really want a guy like him. The thing is, if you're taking like, top international teams to a place like Cardama, we're continuing the discussion we had yesterday in our final match of the day with Corey. Par scores are probably going to be like 220, 240. This is just going to go beyond the fielder's reach. And I remember Corey said anything under 2.5 when we were bowling in Cardama. We, of course, referring to Spain. He said he would consider that a victory for his team. So anything under 2.5. I think when you get to international teams, like major international teams, I'm talking about like your test nations, were playing at Cardama, I think then you go 4 and under is a victory. So you can make that 3.5 or under is a victory for the bowling team, because I think anything that doesn't go for a boundary is going to be a win for the bowling side. A little bit casual there, but he does manage to get in on time. Didn't ground his bat and slide his bat along the way, Michael Das. So yeah, interesting lineup. I think there's a few names where, for example, I'd like to see someone like, say, Josh Inglis in there, maybe Chris Lynn, Tim David. I'd probably change a few players. Someone like Stoinis, I think the one thing with a player like him is he takes quite a few balls to settle into his innings, say 2-3 balls. He's a very bad starter. So, if you can just sneak in 2-3 dot balls to Stoinis right at the start of his innings, or a few singles, then you've won. I think as a bowler. But then after that, he's probably going to cart you for 3 or 4 straight sixes. There is that as well. But anyone you take from the Test Nation to Cardama, well, I shudder to think how many runs they would make. We'd have matches with 260, 270 runs. As the second over comes to an end, great start here for Mater Dei. Michael Das just looking a little bit uncertain to start off his innings. 9 for 1. Our Mater Dei. We'll have a look at the standings. Zira United still winless. As you can see, they have to win all 3 of these remaining games they have just to have a chance mathematically. But it's they're 9 for 1 here. This is a full toss. It's going to be struck behind point for a 4. Yeah, Corey having a day off. Gets a nice day off on the day Australia are playing as well. I was talking about that with him. Said, well, wouldn't you like to spend your day off watching Australia? So maybe have the Thursday off once the World Cup schedule came out. Judging by the messages in the chat, I had to look at the score during the break between matches as well. He'll be absolutely delighted looking at that. Yeah, if someone could just put the score in. I think they lost 3 wickets when I checked between the match break, and they hadn't struck a boundary, South Africa, until the 7th or 8th over. That one is just inside the tram line. So yeah, that's a rough start, and considering how flat some of the pitches have been throughout this World Cup, you really have to have a 350 or 400 score to put a competitive total on the board. This one is a boundary, well struck by Yunus. A little bit over pitched. He strikes it down the ground for a 4. Yeah, Hafizul Amin saying Malta is a lot of similarities with Cyprus. Yeah, it certainly does. I think the influence of sort of North African and Middle Eastern culture is a little stronger here than it is even in Cyprus. This is up in the air, and oh, he spilt that catch. He just got the technique all wrong. That's Navraj Yonjan. Gotta be honest with you, he hasn't excelled in his fielding throughout this series. That's an important catch they've dropped. Yunus has struck a couple of boundaries, but he's not even looking at the ball. Yeah, look at that. He's not even looking at the ball. He's just kind of putting his hands up in the air. Let's have one more look at this. Well, you're not going to take too many catches looking straight ahead rather than at the ball itself. And then The technique itself, he just got it all wrong. There was no way he was ever going to take that. Yeah, this is a rather poor delivery there by Kundal. Goes away for 4. The first expensive over we've seen so far this inning. 13 coming off it. Michael Das, he's someone who can shift up the gears really quickly. We saw him in the previous match. He was on 5 of 6, then about 6 of 9, and then he just started smacking the ball for fun. You know, it takes him a little bit to settle into his innings, but once he does, he starts hammering the ball all over the park at will. Cut away, beautiful shot. And his teammates are going to say, keep sending a few more to us. That one went straight to Azim Abbasi in the dugout. Very nice shot. Where does this land? It's just in front of the boundary rope from what I initially saw, and that replay will confirm. So 26 runs off that power play. A little slow from Mater Dei's perspective, but that third over, I should say, just salvages that power play. 17 off it. As you can just see, a big skyscraper getting built next to a couple of houses. Yeah, Kroon pointing out you're going to struggle to catch balls like that. Completely agree. You know, Yeonjun, you know, I don't want to disrespect him, but he's a fielder they try to hide. In all honesty, you can see that they put him in positions where the ball's not going to get to him. Although here they've put him a cover, which is a little bit odd. Here he is, of course, the 5-wicket hero from the previous match, Nulin Basnet. Now this man took a quadruple wicket maiden in that previous game, something I've certainly never witnessed. And here's a look at the Hall of Fame. It's now the another fifer this year. Seen a few fifers so far in Malta, but one thing we're missing is a hat trick. He came very close to getting a hat trick, but unfortunately couldn't get one. Inside edge. And Yeonjun will give chase. It's just going to be a single, so Michael Das still settling into his innings. That projected score is currently at 82. It really depends on how long Michael Das bats. If he bats to the 8th or 9th over, they're going to end up at 120. If he gets out early, though, then as we saw from the previous game, 82 would be a generous projection. This is a big hit, but straight to the fielder. I think he stepped on the boundary rope. Yeah, he stepped on the boundary rope there, Amar Sharma. Not Amar Sharma, actually. Tanka Kundal, I should say. We'll have another look at that. So this is a 6. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, you can just see his heel steps on the boundary rope. And it's going to be a 6. This is going to go straight to the fielder at long on. So it's a single. Michael Das comes back on strike. Credit to Yunus. He's actually batted quite well. While Michael Das has been settling into his innings, he's just kept Mater Dei in this game. He's going at a strike rate north of 200. Oh, this is mistimed. This is an important moment. He needs to take this catch. Oh, could have been a lot easier. His anticipation was just wrong. The thing is, he didn't attack that ball. If you can just see him there to the left of your screen, have a look at that. He turns left, and then he turns back right again. And oh, it's just those few seconds he lost going in the wrong direction that have cost him. It was always going to be a tough catch. I mean, if he'd taken that, it would have been a really good one. But as you can see, he didn't quite judge the trajectory of that ball perfectly. And then he had to make another turn back to his left to try to get that ball. And it was those few seconds that he lost, which meant that he couldn't quite get to him. You can see he's really disappointed. He's just in front of me to my right. He's shaking his head right now. You got to feel for him. That's Achal Patel. That's a big moment because that's Michael Das. If they'd gotten rid of Michael Das there, then I'd say that Zira United were well in front in this game. Yonjin comes in to bowl. And this is 6, absolutely walloped. Well, he gave up just 2 runs in the only over he bowled in the previous match. And I was just about to say that I was rather surprised that he didn't bowl that final over, having given up just 2 runs in the sole over he bowled. And he comes here, first ball, bowls to Michael Das, and gets sent straight to those tennis courts. That's your position at about mid-wicket for the right-hander. Yeah, rough introduction to this match for Yonjin. This is a better ball, but, well, this is interesting. Michael Das says, we're not taking the single. Well, maybe there's something he likes about Yonjin, and he's like, I enjoy this matchup. I think I can whack this bowler for a few 6s. Interesting. Oh, is there an edge there? Yes, there is. It's been given out. So Michael Das, he's going to have to pay for that little bit of overconfidence. Let's have a look at this. Oh, it's a little thin edge through to the keeper. Well taken by Bhuvan Ariel. He has to get down low to take that. Yeah, you can just see. Comes off the bottom edge of the bat. Very well taken. And I think Yonjin, well, he's going to have a really wide smile right now. He's going to have the widest grin in Malta. Michael Das didn't take a single in the previous ball because he's like, it seems like he felt that Yonjin was a matchup that he really enjoyed because he hit his 6 off his first ball. And then he gets out the next one. Well, karma comes back to bite him. That was a really, really sweet moment if you're Navraj Yonjin. And now, Zira United, they've got a chance to pull off a really special result here. This is crunched away. Certainly won't if they bowl short and wide. That goes away for a 4 as they bring up the team 50 here. Mater Dei. Yeah, Susan KC with a point earlier that Michael Das drop was very costly. Yeah, I agree with you, but just 7 runs later, they got rid of him. And yep, your message just comes in saying now that they have a chance. Dave commenting on that decision as well, saying that was a bad call by Michael Das. Yep, I agree. You know, especially when his partner Eunice is striking it pretty well too. So I don't know why he's underestimating him. There's Yonjin, 10 run over here. But more importantly, he gets rid of Michael Das after Michael Das says that he wants to face every ball, and Navroj gets the last laugh in that battle. Here's a look at the ECL groups. This is the Champions League of Cricket. Malaga will come alive on the 26th of February as they'll welcome the very best cricket clubs throughout Europe. Starts off with Group A, Gina Brescia, the representatives for Italy. That's quite interesting. Unfortunately, it's not Roma Cricket Club. Thought they would be making it for Italy, but Gina Brescia are a very, very strong team. That should be a fun group. I think groups B, E, and F, they've been analyzed as groups to really look out for. I think Group B, though, that's 2 English teams in there. You got Prague CC as well. That might be the group of death. And this goes, oh, he spilt it. And it looks like he's also hit the side of his cheek. Oh, they've not been great with their catching, you have to say, Mater Dei. Where's that hit him yet? Right on this cheek. Look at his chin as well. Yeah. Good thing he's just raising his hand to say, I'm okay. Well, you do hope he's all right. I think that's the more important thing over here. Let's have a look at that drop, though. It was almost another wicket for this man. And oh. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, just strikes him around that mouth, chin area by the looks of it. And it might be a little bit stunned. It could have gone numb now. Well, we'll just get some medical attention here. As gonna have someone take a look at him. Yeah, it's probably just gone a little bit numb. That's what you think. But that's a big drop, though. I mean, Yunus was batting on 19 of 11. Yeah, to drop a player like him, who's managed to strike 3 boundaries, it's a costly drop because we know how soft that middle order is for Mater Dei. We saw it in the previous match. They managed to get rid of Yunus. I think they could realistically even look at restricting Mater Dei to under 85. It's would certainly have been possible. And it's good to see him feeling better. We'll have a look at the ECL groups here. Yeah, for those of you in the group, is there any group you're looking at in particular? I'd love to hear your views. Yeah, Group B, you've got Prague Cricket Club. We're on an incredible winning streak, an absolute tear through the ECS. Then you got 2 English teams in Wimbledon and Hornchurch. I think if you're Hoodinga in there, I unfortunately don't know enough about them. You'll be feeling very, very unlucky about the group you've been drawn in. Then looking at Group E, great teams in there. VOC Rotterdam, they won the first ever ECL. You got Forfasher, Rijberga, and Gozo Zalmi from Malta. Starigrad, you know, on the other side will be massive underdogs in that group. Yunus rub some more salt in their wound by hitting a 6 right after getting dropped. Dave saying it's a good thing he has a beard to cushion the impact. Yeah, I agree. I guess cricket isn't for the cleanly shaven. Now a sharp single over here. And they'll scamper across in time. Long on and a square leg in place. They just moved a couple of fielders in on the offside on the 1, but there's no point doing that if you're going to bowl down the leg side. And they just brought a short cover in. And they also asked Darai, who's at point, to just come in on the 1. I like this. This is good tactics. Just trying to keep Zubair on strike. I think he just got a touch too straight there. He just got his line wrong. And they're going to get another run here off overthrows. Oh, they might get even more. Oh, what have they done? Oh, it's 6 runs. This is absolutely remarkable. They've just gifted them 6 runs. We're just going to have to look through this entire sequence. It's a real comedy of errors. So over here he goes. This is played away towards the leg side. The fielder at mid-wicket, that's Yonjin, decides to go for the throw. Not a bad idea. The backing up was poor. Then they have another shot at the stumps. The keeper doesn't collect it. The fielder backing up doesn't either. And it goes away for a boundary. Oh, that's incredibly disappointing. Zubair will feel delighted. He's been gifted a few runs over there. As Jules Udebris joins in the chat. Very good morning to you, and great to have you alongside us. Oh my word, that was a huge, huge bonus for Mater Dei. And I have to say, you know, we often talk about how fielding ends up being the difference between teams. Zero United's fielding might be the reason they end up losing a couple of matches here if they lose this one as well. I think you look back at that first match, those 2 balls the keeper let slip past him, some of the drops as well. I think they could have done way, way better. It's very disappointing from their perspective as we have a look at the scorecard. Michael Doss made 22 of 15, but Cornelius Yunus has been batting quite well on 26 of 14. Zubair was aided by those 5 overthrows. It's just little things like that, Zero. When you're such an underdog, you can't shoot yourselves on the foot and make your job a lot harder. You're already battling against the odds to get a win. And you really don't help yourself with some of those mistakes. Yeah, that's 2 days in a row we've had a 6 up because of overthrows. And not a great stroke there by Yunus. He's got to watch out. Needs to just completely miss that ball. He just read the line incorrectly. Oh, and again, is that going to be another wide? Yep. He's fortunate that hasn't gone for more runs of extras. It's a good thing. There is a fielder, a very fine short third man position. They've also just brought in they brought fine leg into the ring and sent deep mid wicket out. I don't think, he's got to be careful here, Yeonjun, with some of his throws. There's already been a few overthrows off them. Yeah, direct hit, he was gone. He was definitely gone there, Zubair. And this should be a catch. Oh, is he going to take it? Yes, he does, off the rebound. Oh, for a second I thought he was going to drop one again, Achal Patel. And it seems like he's taken it in the end. Cornelius Yunus departs. He looked all over the place on that over. Just seemed to have lost his touch. But this is a very funny catch on the second attempt. Would love to see this replay. Let's have a look at that. This should be a nice angle. Yep. He drops it. It just rebounds off his shoulder. He's actually, yeah, it's actually popped up nicely off his shoulder and become a fairly comfortable catch for him. And that was really, really funny. Achal Patel manages to get a catch in the end. It's been a really funny morning, you have to say. We've seen quadruple wicket maidens. We've seen some hilarious drop catches. We've seen overthrows. It's just been a classic morning of European cricket. And this is struck away by Aquilina. Gets a promotion up the order after being involved in that win which Mater Day had earlier today. He made 10 of 12. Let's have a look at the upcoming events on the European cricket. Now we've got a great slate of events for you over these next few weeks. Of course, we'll have the great pleasure of joining you from here in Malta through to next Friday. And this weekend, we've got our international cricket. We've got the Maltese men's team and the Maltese women's team hosting the Cypriot men's team and the Estonian women's team. Then we have our final ECS of the year over in Spain. That should be a great tour of the country. We'll also have some international cricket. Of course, Corey has been talking quite a bit about the squad he selected for those internationals Spain will have preceding the European Cricket Series. Then we round out the year with the ECCW. Down the left side, that's going to be a wide. It's very important that they just don't give up freebies here, Zira. I think these two batters aren't the most accomplished batters. No disrespect to them in this Mater Day side, so just keep it tight, full and straight. Condal just keeping it outside the off stump, I guess, so that Aquilina can't quite strike it. Just over pitches that one slightly. And it's going to be a single. Oh, they're going to pinch more runs of overthrows here, unless that's a run out. It is. It is a run out, and Zubair departs. So this is a little bit suicidal because Zubair has at least been striking better than Aquilina. Aquilina hasn't looked like hitting a boundary at any point today. Zubair has at least hit one. They decide to come back for the second run. Zubair is running to the danger end. He's going to lose his wicket, so very good work by Zira to get rid of him. We'll have a look at this replay. The soft signal by the umpire is out. Keep in mind we're using the limited review system. And yeah, that should be it. Let's take a look at this. Has he whipped it off cleanly? Yeah, there's no problem there. Looks rather clean. We'll take a look at that once again. Well, is this a case of him not having struck the ball cleanly? Well, it looks fine to me. Now this is played away towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a single. Yeah, this is an inside edge onto the pads. It's going to be another. Oh, and this is not a good throw. It's going to be more runs off overthrows. This has really been plaguing them throughout this game. It really has. It's all been a little bit odd for them. I think the last thing Zero United need to do is shoot themselves on the foot with some of these overthrows. They've overdone it with the extras, as well as some of the poor throwing and backing up. Yeah, shout to catch it. This one's skied. It's going to take some catching, and he's gone outside the boundary rope, and that'll be a 6. So, well, he's managed to strike another big one here, Zubair. Let's take a look at this. Yep, that's obviously a 6. Of course, the fact that Zubair is still out there is really troublesome for this Zero United team. He just gets enough bat on it to get it down towards fine leg. There's no bat actually, it's like buys. Well, the umpire deemed he hadn't cleanly collected that. That's why there was no run out. Here we go. Suraj Durai. This is played away towards square leg. That's going to be a single. Here's Aquilina back on strike. He's gonna try to play this one across the line there. Probably not the right shot selection. Aquilina should be looking to hit this on the offside. It's not. He's really not a boundary hitter. I think it's clear. I think he's got a good enough technique where he should be able to get a few singles. His aim really should be to get Zubair on strike now. Yeah, Zubair struck a few. Let's go away for 1 run. That's gonna go away for a 6. It's sent straight into the pavilion. Actually hits the sign on top of it. And let's take a look at this. Just hammers that one away. And it's a 6. Really good shot. Saw a few sent to the pavilion back in week 1. Haven't seen as many since then. And this is why Zubair, of course, needs to be on strike. So Aquilina, he just needs to look to get singles and avoid dot balls. And this is going to go up there, and it's well taken. So it's really important they cut that inning short of Zubair. It's 1 hit too many for him. I was just about to say, if he was still on strike for the final ball, that he should probably take a single of the final ball and then look to play out the final over. But he departs, and they get that wicket at a really important moment here. 0 United. Because Ghosh is going to come out to bat. We saw Ghosh strike 1 boundary, that crucial game-winning boundary in the previous game. But other than that, he wasn't overly convincing with the bat in hand. Yeah, so regarding the run out, I think it was largely the fact that you can just, the ball kind of just rolls around under his legs at the end. It might have been hard to see. I think I certainly missed that one. But it's, that's why he is not out. End of the penultimate over. 9 runs come off it as Mater Dei are 86 for 4. So it's going to be interesting to see who bowls this final over for them. They either go back to Bhandari. He bowled quite well, but we saw them play around a little bit in the previous game where they put Kunver as a kind of final over specialist. I wouldn't expect them to overthink this one too much. And it'd be best to just bowl Bhandari. That one tailing back in quite a bit, just strikes it away for a 4. That's very well played by Ghosh. It's the 2nd boundary struck so far this morning. A low full toss goes straight to the fielder at square leg. Oh, it's not the best throw, which is going to allow Aquilina to come back. I mean, it wouldn't have mattered too much other than the fact that Aquilina was going to get run out. It's not going to cost them any runs because basically Aquilina just runs back to the non-strikers. And after all, Ghosh, it's I think the right idea for him to keep strike. This is going to be 1 run. Are they going to come back for a second? They most certainly will. Throw's a little bit weak. It's a weak throw. I think the problem with this 0 United side is they have a few weak arms out there. The throws just haven't been strong enough. And when they've needed a much simpler throw inside the ring. We've seen them overcook a few and give up overthrows. So yeah, there's a few question marks about their ground fielding. I would say, not to be harsh, but their fielding in general, because they've put down a number of catches as well, Zero United. But it's understandable, you know, this is a team who haven't played too much in the European Cricket Series. They're rather inexperienced. And they're going up against a Mater Dei team who have been here before. They had a pretty rough record at the last ECS, in all honesty. They had 3 wins, 13 losses, a couple of no results because those games were washed off. And Zero, they're in their first ECS. For their sake, you'd want them to at least get 1 win so they have one nice memory from this series. As we're just going to see a run out right at the end. We'll have a look at that side on to confirm it's a run out, but the umpire has given his marching orders here, so Aquilina will get run out, and we'll see a new batter coming in to face the final ball. It's a real shame it isn't Ghosh from Mater Dei's perspective, but yeah, going on. I think if you're Zero United, this series is a learning process for you. It's about getting better as a team. You're now playing against sides who've been in the European Cricket Series a number of times. You're learning about the pressure of playing on live television. And hopefully the main thing I'd like to see from them in future European Cricket Series they're involved in is a better fielding. I think that's the #1 thing they need to address. You know, they're going to probably have a nice off-season after this game. I'm not quite sure when the Maltese cricket season ends. Oh, and that's another error. Another error. They've given up a run needlessly there. How many of these have we seen from Zero United? I've lost count. You know, usually I'd be trying to keep account of how many runs we've seen off overthrows or poor fielding. He's got to do a lot better there, Bhuvan Ariel. He really has to. Just get down there, stop the ball. And it's going to be a few more runs off this final over. 9 runs coming off it. It's a pretty low total from Mater Dei's perspective, but it could have been way lower. And keep in mind, this Zero United team have plenty of batting issues themselves. We'll have a look at some of the highlights of this innings. Michael Das opened alongside Sharma. Sharma would make just 1 run. He saw a lot of drop catches. That was one which Yonjun put down. You're looking at some of the good hits by Yunus. That was a 6. You can just see his heel stepping on the rope. Yeah, this is one of many catches that were put down. Achal Patel, that was a more challenging one, but I think if he anticipated that a little bit better, if he'd actually judged the trajectory of the ball, he would have been able to take it a little bit more comfortably. Bhuvan Ariel, he would take that catch, but outside of that catch, he'd have a pretty miserable day behind the stumps. A lot of buys. This was a rather painful blow to the chin for Buddhasinger Bhandari. Good thing he had that beard there to cushion him. Yunus would strike 4 boundaries. He made 26 of 18, and overthrows was such a major issue for this side. That was a 6-up courtesy of overthrows. 5 runs of overthrows there. 1 for the first throw, then 4 more for the second throw. A good little juggling catch there by Achal Patel. That run out was dropped, and that was the reason it was not given a run out. I think it was just a little bit hard to see it on the initial angles. And this is struck right down the ground. Well, taken catch, I should actually say. Here's a look at some more throws. This was a run out of Aquilina. He would depart having made 5 runs and 6 balls. And this was the final ball of the innings. One just slips past Bhuvan Ariel. And they managed to get an extra run because of that. Mater Dei end up with 95 runs. It could have been a lot less without those overthrows, and if Zero United had held on to a few catches. We'll have a look at this scorecard. Michael Das, Cornelius Yunus, and Mohamed Zubair with fairly decent scores. Unfortunately, nobody else was able to support them, and none of those 3 guys was able to kick on and make that big 40-50 plus score. We'll have a look at the bowlers for Zero United and Mater Dei. Got to say, Suraj Durai was pretty impressive. Figures of 1 from 15. Bhandari bowled well too. Yonjin had a few issues in the field, but his bowling was really respectable. Figures of 2 for 13. I was very surprised when he didn't bowl the final over of the match earlier today, but he got a second over this time around, and that was really good to see. Zero United need 96 runs to pick up their first win of this European Cricket Series. Join us again in a few moments when we'll bring you The Chase.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back for the second innings. We saw a pretty decent bowling performance by Zira United. They restricted Mater Dei to just 95 runs. There were a lot of fielding mishaps though, and I think that was the main headline of that first innings. It was the amount of overthrows, the dropped catches. You know, this could have been a lot lower for Mater Dei. And we know Zira United have a few of their own batting issues. They're highly dependent on these two, Darai and Patel, to score the bulk of the runs for them. Considering they know the target now, let's see if they can pace their innings accordingly and help guide their side over the finishing line. There he is, Darai, Suraj Darai, got that call up from Malta for the ECIs this weekend when they will take on Cyprus. Here's a look at the field. Fairly standard field, although we have a deep third and a long on. So here we go, first ball coming up. Starts over the wider delivery. It's been very different to yesterday, isn't it? Yesterday we had an average run rate above 13. And today we started off with two very low scoring matches. He strikes this one into a little sand pit around the pitch, so it's a couple of dot balls to start off the Rise innings. This is a bit too short, a bit too wide, and that's why it's going to get punished. Goes away for 4. Really a nice stroke there by Darai. I think Ghosh, he just gets that one all wrong, doesn't he? Can't offer that much width, especially to a quality player like Darai. Now, so they just move a third man into the ring, and they've left a fielder at deep extra cover. We just saw that ball go through. And this one beats the fielder at mid-off. It's coming. Spared an attempt by Mia trying to field that. Again, he's just hit this one straight to the sand pitch, which just takes the impact of that ball and slows it down a little bit. So it's a single. Yeah, just you can see there's like 4 little sand pits around the pitch, which I'm sure all of you have seen while watching this European cricket series. You strike the ball into that, obviously you takes a bulk of the ball's impact and slows it down significantly. Just misjudges the line a little bit there. Patel, he thought that one was probably going wide, but it just snuck inside the tram line. So 9 runs off the first over. It's been 209 matches since we last had a golden ball in the European Cricket Network. We were so close to one this morning when Mater Dei needed 6 of 3. We came down to the final over. It looked like it was going to be a dramatic finish, and it certainly was, but not quite a golden ball finish. Maybe we'll get one this game, as these two teams seem to be treating us to some nail-biting finishes. Well, you just got a little horn going on in the background. I'd love to hear that if a no ball is bowled. It would sound really good. It sounds a bit like the third down horn some of our fans who watch other sports might have heard of. Full toss, smacked away. This is going to be a 6. Oh, and it also hits the archery field. That's the first one we've seen so far this morning. Sent to the archery range. We had a few yesterday. We had plenty yesterday that were going into the archery range. Well, that's the first one we've seen go there today. Let's have a look at this side on. Yeah, it's close, but it's legal. Should be a legal delivery. Yeah, that's a good shot there by Sewers. Right, nice wristy stroke, but he hits it straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. No, straying down the pads there. Not a good ball by Sagar. Not a good delivery. He's going to get punished for that. All he has to do is get a little bit of bat on it, and it goes away for a 4. Good start here so far for Zero United. The key is Sewers Durai, which Susan KC very accurately pointed out in the chat. It comes down to him. He just has to bat out, at least you say 5 or 6 overs. If he's still there at the 6th or 7th over, you feel that Zero United would take this. It's another wide there for Sagar, who's struggling with his radar a little bit. Hasn't quite found the line and length yet. This is nicely played by Durai. It's going to be a single. It was a fairly good ball there by Sagar. Just opened the face of his bat, played it towards the offside, and he managed to get the single. Oh, this goes straight to the fielder, Pintu Ghosh. Actually hurt himself trying to catch that. Oh, I should have taken that. Patel is a very important wicket. He really is. He would have been seeing Derek nice and early in the morning. Should take that Patel. It's obviously struck firmly, so it's not going to be easy to take. But the thing is, sets himself a very high standard, doesn't he, Pintu Ghosh? He's a good cricketer, and he backs himself to take those kind of catches. And as we come to the end of the second over, 0 or 22 for no loss. Well, he gets the ball right after putting down that catch, a chance to make amends for him, and he starts off with a wide. That one was so almost close to even being a wide for a left-hander. And this is hit into the pitch. Goes past the fielder at mid-on. It's going to be a single. We're just past 11:30 local time here in Malta. It's been a good morning of cricket so far. Lots of catches. Are going to beat the fielder at long on. Yes, it will. Gotta say, a little bit surprised they've put Amar Sharma out at long on. They have a few quicker fielders inside the ring. Right now, you want your fastest fielders covering the boundaries. It's a little bit slow getting to that Amar Sharma, which is why Durai will get that 4, even though he didn't quite hit it as cleanly as he would have liked. Need your fastest men on the boundary in limited overs cricket. Smacked away, well over the rope. That's the 6. Suraj Durai with another really good start. If he can keep going here, it's just a matter of how quickly can he finish this game. But the important thing is he keeps going, because right now that win predictor says 75% Zero United. I'd give Mater Dei a little bit more of a chance. 86 after accounting for that last shot. I'd say Mater Dei still have a 30 to maybe 40% chance, somewhere in that range. Split the difference, give them 35%. They're still in this game because they're only 1 or 2 wickets away from having this Zero United team in all kinds of trouble. Both these sides are very similar in that sense. You know, they're extremely top heavy. Their middle order struggles for runs. And when I mean struggles, I think all of you saw this morning how much they struggle. So don't put Mater Dei at 19% just yet. I'd have them at 35. Oh, no real foot movement there from Durai. Just went fishing outside his off stump. And he takes a few steps forward and hits that delivery on the half volley, but straight to the fielder. 35 runs off the power play, and they haven't lost a wicket. Have a look at the scores comparing where Mater Dei were at this stage. They were 9 runs behind and they lost a wicket as well. But they were able to chip in with some good runs, largely thanks to all the overthrows during that middle over period. And also plenty of dropped catches as well. I think so far today the big issue for Zero United have been allow too many of the avoidables. You know, there's not much you can do about a side if you're just don't quite possess that power hitting ability, but there are things you can control, and things like fielding well, you know, ensuring you don't give up overthrows, taking catches, communicating well while running between the wickets is vital. I think Zero United have lacked that so far today. This is played off the pads for a single. Good thing from their point of view, at least, Suraj Durai has had the bulk of the strike. That's going to be a wide. They'll just try to dig this one in here. Abbasi. It's just going to be 1 run for Patel. Abbasi has bowled really well today. I think he's been very economical. He had an economy rate of 7.5 in that first match. Got an important wicket as well. I think him versus Durai is going to be an important battle because Bossi's the kind of bowler who could get rid of him. Oh, and he does get rid of him. Right on cue. Durai dismissed by Abbasi. Well, I just mentioned that if there's anybody who could get rid of Durai, it's Abbasi. And he does that on the very first ball. He picks out the fielder at mid-wicket. Oh, and that is an important catch he's held onto out in the deep. That is the end of Suraj Durai. And I think intelligent cricket, you got to give Mater Dei a big chance now. Because we know how top-heavy the Zero United team is, and they've lost their talisman all-rounder, Suraj Durai. 38 for 1 here. This is going to be really challenging for them. New batter is Boston. He's going to come out and take a middle stump guard. He needs to bowl very straight here. Abbasi has got an incredibly straight long off, a wider long on, cow corner, and then also a square leg. The big gap on the leg side is really between that cow corner and the deep square leg fielder. So, you know, if Patel is trying to hit some of these straighter deliveries. He has to try to pick out that gap and split that square leg and cow corner fielder. Got to say, Abbasi, he always bowls really well to his plan. You know, I've been very impressed by his bowling today. Been a real unsung hero for Mater Dei today, of course. A lot of the talk, rightfully so, is about Michael Das, but Abbasi is just such a crucial player for this team as well. And he bowls another terrific over, 5 runs off. It gets rid of Durai. And Zero United are 40 for 1 at the end of the 4th over. Omar Sharma is going to bowl the 5th over, going around the wicket. Going to be fielding up by Abbasi again out on the deep. He's very involved in the game these last few overs. Just a 1 run there for Bosnet. And it's come down to 50-50 now. Intelligent Cricket saying Zero United is still just about ahead. I agree with that assessment. I think because Patel is still there, they are slightly ahead. Oh, that was a rather odd leave. It's not going to be LBW just because of height, and it's a pitching outside the leg stump. Plays that behind square leg. It's going to be a single. Now Mater Dei, they've just moved ahead according to Intelligent Cricket. Yeah, I'm glad to say those guys at Intelligent Cricket, they're absolutely spot on. Just think that in these quiet overs, Mater Dei beginning to inch ahead in the game. I think Patel here, he's obviously the big hitter that's left. He's going to have to hit a couple of boundaries at some stage just to relieve some pressure on his side. The required now is at just under 10. That means they need at least 1 boundary and over. That's going to be a wide there by Sharma. At least 1 boundary every over if you're Zero United. Oh, this one is probably going down the offside, and you can see all 3 stumps. So it was a fairly easy decision for the umpire. They've just kept things very quiet here since Durai departed. Runs have dried up. Good call there by the umpire. A little bit of width here, but it's struck straight towards cover. It's a single halfway through the innings. Zero United 46 for 1, and they need 50 of the second half of their innings. And it's going to be a tough task considering the way some of them are batting. They need Patel to get on the heater. He's someone who is capable of hitting the big ones, but you want to talk about hitting some big shots. We're going to see plenty of big hits this weekend. We're going to have some international cricket as the Malta men's and women's team will welcome the Cypriot men's team and the Estonian women's team. Really looking forward to that. Each of them will play 4 matches against each other. We'll have men and women's game on each day, so should be a lot of fun. It's going to be right here live at the Marsa Sports Club. If you're in India, you can continue to follow us on FanCode, whereas our viewers in the rest of the world can continue to tune in to our YouTube stream, and of course interact in our chat. It's been great talking to you all throughout this game. Love the activity today. This one is down the leg side. That's going to be quite wide. This is where we're really going to see the strength of this Zero United middle order. They've got to step up for once. It's not a ridiculous asking rate either at under 10, because at some point they're going to have to actually start batting it above a run of ball, something which they've failed to do for much of this series. Overcompensates. 3 wides in a row to start off. Cameron just needs to be careful here. Is he going to get this one spot on? You often see that, don't you? This one's going to be straight at the stumps. How often would we see that? 3 straight wides, and then they finally calibrated their line by the 4th ball, and they managed to get it right on the stumps. Boundaries, though. Boundaries are key here for Zira. Got to get at least 1 per over. We haven't seen a boundary struck since the power play completely dried up since Durai departed post power play. That's going to be 1 run. Six off this over so far. Those wides have helped them. And this is going to be, well, it's a very late wide call, but it's the right call. For a second, I think we thought it was going to be a illegal delivery. Of course, Muthu Kamaran, the bowler, very popular amongst ECS viewers, as a binge watcher points out. And this is a dot ball. Oh, they overcooked this throw. And they do manage to scamper across for the single. So we saw Zira struggling a lot with overthrows. This is the first run of overthrows from Mater Dei so far. Yeah, that is a really, really wild throw. You know, they're going to sneak in a really, really precious dot ball there. But fielder at point got a little bit too excited and overcooked that throw. And is this a 6? Yes, it is. It's a big hit, Patel. We mentioned he's the one player who can clear the boundary rope that's left in this order. He certainly did that there. A very big hit. And this Muthu Kamaran over is starting to turn into a very expensive one. 14 off it. He's given up 4 runs of wide. You add that overthrow. There have been 5 needless runs given up so far this over. And then you add that 6. And I think this is good batting by Zira United. Kumaran has to be a bowler they need to target. You know, if they get 1 magical over, they've pretty much knocked the stuffings out of Mater Dei, and this could be that over. There's still 1 ball to come, and we've had 15 runs off it so far. Can Bosnet hit a boundary? Haven't really seen him getting on the boundary hitting action this series. Oh, it's another wide. Make that wide number 5 this over. 6 needless runs now so far this over. They've given up a free 6 to Zira United if you add that overthrow. It's another one that's wide, and they're also going to run across here. Oh my goodness. 7 runs of extras so far this over. Had the overthrow. That's 8 runs they've given up needlessly. But the other thing is Patel is also back on strike. He's certainly going to target Kumaran. And it's another wide. 9 needless runs, 8 runs of extras, plus the 1 of overthrows. Oh, I don't want to have to keep repeating that stat. Oh, it's not the best delivery, but it's not going to have enough to get to the boundary rope. So that over does end up going magical thanks to all those extras. 20 runs off it. I said all it would take would be 1 magical over to put Zira United well in front. Now they're way ahead, and it's going to take something miraculous from Mater Dei. We'll have a look at that scorecard. Suarez Durai set him up quite nicely, making 32 of 17, but look at that stat below. 12 runs off wides. That has been an absolute killer for Mater Dei. Charlie Smith in the chat saying this is going to be quite a tight match. I think so as well. You know, neither of these sides have convinced us with their batting so far today. And it's incredible how dependent they are on a couple of players to make the bulk of their runs. Amar Sharma, his first over, went for 5 runs. Yeah, Dave, good point. He does that double arm swing. Just a few issues with his action. A little bit surprised they went to him as well, though. I think there's a few other bowlers in that Mater Dei team they could have looked at. Wouldn't have minded seeing a Cornelius, not Cornelius, Manuel Anthony get a chance to bowl as well. Oh, a bit of foot fielding there by Michael Doss. He doesn't actually get down to stop that one, but it's a dot ball. Charlie asking if I think the next games will be higher scoring like yesterday. We'll just comment on that after this ball. Ooh. I mean, overseas haven't really convinced us much with their batting. They did pull off a miracle win against Sweetie United, but they've got plenty of issues. And if we are going to see big scores, it's probably more likely because the Southern Crusaders are blasting overseas. And this is going to go straight to the fielder at long on, but he puts it down. I mean, I've been singing Abbasi's praises throughout this morning, and he's put down a catch there. I think he's just explaining why he's dropped that. Let's have a look at this. Oh, it's actually gone right through him and hit him on the left shoulder. Ooh, he's copped that painful blow there. That was Patel as well. Yeah, big drop. Big drop, and it's been quite a sloppy effort from both these sides in the field. I think Mater Dei were a lot better in the first match, but this game in particular, both these teams have made a lot of errors. I think it's just going to come down to who makes less mistakes to win this one. This is hit towards long off for a single. This is Zero United score right now. They're 69 for 1 at the end of 7 overs. We'll have a look at the calendar for this year. We've had a beautiful tour of this gorgeous continent of Europe. That's started all the way back in Malta on the 30th of January. It's been great to go to so many scenic countries, playing a lot of gorgeous grounds. This wonderful tour has offered us a great blend of culture and cricket. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for the upcoming match. Overseas, 1-5 after picking up that remarkable win against Sweetie United. They're going up against the finalists from the previous ECS who, well, they've had a rather rough start to this tournament. They are 2-4. Don't think too many of us saw that coming. Although they are without Basil George, who now plays for the Edix Knights. He was a big part of their team that managed to make it to the final back in February. And they're certainly missing him because he's been off with the Edix Knights, winning every single game. The Edix Knights are 8-0, his new team. And a good call here by Meyer Patel. Get the best bowler to bowl this 8th over. Looks like they're listening to you. They just brought Abbasi on. This is struck towards long on. It's going to be a single, so Abbasi put down that catch earlier. Now he's a chance to make amends with his bowling. Yeah, just a little discussion here. Michael Doss feeling at mid-on, having a word with Abbasi. They've got enough time. Still got 11 minutes, so penalty runs don't look like they're going to be a problem for them. Yeah, good bowling here by Abbasi. I really like him. I think he's an impressive bowler, very accurate. And he also bowls to his field, which I really like. You know, a lot of times captains go out, you know, they have a certain plan for a bowler, and then you see the first 3 balls. He's bowling all over the place. And he cleans them up. There we go. Abbasi does the trick again. Gets rid of Bosnet, who was having a pretty difficult time anyway, making just 4 runs off the 11 balls he faced. And the momentum is swung again. So after that big Muthu Komaran over, which went for 20 runs, Amar Sharma comes in, bowls an over that gives up just 3 runs. And Abbasi has given up just 1 run so far this over. And it looks like momentum is swung back in favor of Mater Dei again. So we said that the one magical over would put 0 United in front. It did. Now Mater Dei are back in front. So it's just been amazing today. The pendulum has swung back and forth. Both these games have been so hard to predict. Yeah, it's just been meandering back and forth. More twists and turns than a roller coaster at a theme park. New batter is going to be Kundal. Kundal's someone who is I've seen hit a few boundaries this series. He's not batted with great consistency, which certainly won't fill 0 United fans with a lot of hope, but he has cleared the boundary a few times. So, and there is a great shot first up. He starts off with a 6. Really good shot there by Tanka Kundal. Look at that, wonderful cricket shot with the full face of the bat. And now the equation will swing back in favor of 0 United. It's just a couple of shots really that will make this 0 United's game once again. Intelligent Cricket still has Mater Dei a little bit ahead. Well, you could just see they've taken that 6 into account, and they put 0 United at 74%. Yeah, Charlie Smith pointing out that the dismissal of Bosnet was such a bad thing for them. Yeah, certainly agree with that, especially when Kundal comes out and hits a 6 off the very first ball. And that's a decent ball to end the over. Abbasi, he actually bowled quite well in that over. I think that 6 he got hit for was just a brilliant shot, and sometimes you got to take your hat off to the batter. 8 runs off that over. We're in for another grandstand finish between these two sides. Surely they're going to help us break this golden ball streak. They brought us ever so close in that first match, and now it's 19 runs needed off the last 2 overs. Now you can feel the tension in the air. It's almost palpable. This is a very important game for both these teams. 0 United, they have to win to still mathematically be alive in this series. And they're also looking for their first ever European Cricket Series victory, so they will cherish a victory if they can get this one. This is struck away by Kundal. It goes out to the fielder at mid-wicket. It's going to be a single. On comes Sagar. He was a little bit expensive in that first over, although he was bowling to Suraj Dharai. Gave up 13 in his first, so it's probably going to be Sagar and Kumaran. This has gone up in the air. Is it going to clear the rope? Yes, it will. A huge hit here by Patel, and a massive potential knockout blow to Mater Dei. Over pitches that ball, and you know, Kumaran might not even bowl a final over the way things are going here. An enormous hit for Patel. That's another big blow. That's another huge hit. Patel, back-to-back sixes. Another incredible hit. Let's have a look at this. Bowls that one in the slot. And now you feel Zira United are getting closer and closer to their first ever European Cricket Series victory. It's been a difficult start for them. 7 straight losses in their first ever ECS. And now they're one shot away from winning an ECS match. Oh, it's up in the air. It's a bit of a miscue. Is there going to be a bit more drama? Michael Das can't get to it. Oh, nothing has gone wrong for this man so far this series. He's been the leading run getter, but he's put down a pretty important catch. He just couldn't quite judge the ball on the way down. He had enough time to get himself in the right position. Oh, why has he done that? Why has he done that? It's a needless throw. And maybe there's going to be more runs off overthrows. Oh, what's going on here? It should have been a dot ball, but instead it's going to be 2 runs purely because of overthrows. Michael Das is pointing the fingers at the others, but I think it comes down to him. It was a poor throw. He didn't need to throw that anyway. And this is going to be a 6, so they're going to win this one with style. Zira United with their first ever ECS victory. A huge moment for them. They're still mathematically alive in the race to make it to the quarterfinals. Nice one there. As Zira United take this one by 8 wickets with an over to spare. A very sweet victory for them. They'll certainly cherish this. Kundal came out at the end, batted terrifically. Made a 16-5. And that's the game. Mater Dei will follow this one. There's going to be a lot of reflection on how they lost that game. They'll be very disappointed with themselves. They made a lot of errors down the stretch. I don't think they covered themselves with glory. As we'll have a look at the first match of the upcoming doubleheader between Overseas and Southern Crusaders. Should be a very exciting matchup. But before we go to that game, we'll relive the match we just witnessed between Zira United and Mater Dei. It was Darai who opened the batting alongside Patel. Darai did Darai things. He made 32 runs off 17 deliveries, batted terrifically, was helped by that dropped catch until he eventually picked out the fielder at mid-wicket. Azim Abbasi got rid of him. A good catch by Arif Sagar. Then we just wondered, is someone going to step up and make these remaining runs for Zira United? We know how many issues they've had with their middle order. Patel, to his credit, managed to hang in there, made 34 of 21. He was helped by some dropped catches. That was a poor drop for Azim Abbasi, who actually had a pretty good game. He got rid of Bosnet, who could only make 4 runs off 11 deliveries. It was a good thing he got out of the way, if you're a Zira United fan, because Kundal came on, hit 2 big sixes, including the winning 6, which we will see a bit later. Michael Das was not able to hold on to this catch at the end, and you just wonder, maybe if he'd taken that, would they have had a small chance? Who knows? All that we know is that Zira United take this one by 8 wickets with an over to spare. Let's have a look at the scorecard. Darai making 32 of 17. Patel managed to bat well. He made 34 of 21. He was aided by that drop catch, and then Kundal came on at the end. He managed to stroke the winning runs. Really good stuff from his point of view. We'll have a look at the bowling figures. Gotta say, very impressed with Abbasi. He had figures of 7.5 in his first match. He came here, managed to get a wicket, and a stellar performance by him. Sharma bowled well too. Pick of the bowlers with figures of 1 for 8. That bowling card looks like it's just come up now. And yeah, really good stuff from their point of view. I think they just didn't have enough runs to defend. The big thing for them is that Muthu Kamar on over, which went for 20 runs. I was very surprised they decided to give him the ball. He gave up 12 runs of wides off his bowling. That was a really surprising over. You got to watch those extras, Mater Dei. As in the end, Zira United pick up their first ever ECS victory. They split this doubleheader, and they'll take this one by 8 wickets with an over to spare. Join us again in just about 35 minutes when we'll bring you the next match of today's final doubleheader.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
So our final doubleheader of the day is between Overseas and the Southern Crusaders. Overseas are absolutely delighted. They picked up their first ECS victory after defeating Sweet United in a shocking upset a couple of days ago. Meanwhile, for the Southern Crusaders, their form to start off this series has been a little bit disappointing. They're 2-4, and keep in mind, this side reached the final in the ECS we had here back in February. So let's see if they can turn their form around. It's going to be very interesting.
Well, welcome back for our third match of the day. We're just having a look at the drone shot of the ground over here. Beautiful surroundings. Of course, Overseas have won the toss, and they have elected to bat first. This is certainly going to be interesting. Overseas have had a few issues with the bat in hand, but they did pick up that big win against Sweet United. They're coming off that win. They were absolutely delighted to win that game. Now they're going up against the finalists from back in February, the Southern Crusaders. Southern Crusaders, rightfully so, fancied as 74% favorites heading into match 43 of this European Cricket Series here in Malta. Should be a very exciting match. Looking forward to it. Liam Stewart and Daniel Kniveton should open the batting for Overseas. And there they are, the two of them. Should be a great game here between these two sides. A lot on the line for both of them. Of course, the Southern Crusaders have had a very mixed start to this series. 2-4 to start things off. Good afternoon to everyone joining us on the chat. See seems a lot of you spent your break catching up what was happening in the South Africa-Australia semi-final. Now, judging by that score, they're in a lot of trouble, South Africa. 129 for 6, according to what Dave says, after 34 overs. Here we go, first ball of this match. So plenty of width to start off, a bit too much as it's going to be a wide. Bowled by Yusuf. Key here for the Overseas side is going to be to try to at least get to 110. There's been a couple occasions in this series they got to 110. Back on the very first day of the series when they played against the Edix Knights. The thing is, they're without some important batters here. No Jazz Cable today, which is a big loss for them. He's a very good player. Played that match-winning innings against Sweet United. This one's gone up in the air, and it's going to take some catching, but it is taken a good catch. I believe that's Shaheen Hussain who's taken that one. So the first wicket falls. Stewart's going to be greeted by Derek, and that's going to be the end for him. So Overseas 1 for 1 to start off. Let's have a look at this. Yep. Really well taken catch. And we can see Derek's waddling out. Had a nice little break during the afternoon. He must have had his lunch as well. And he's ready to get underway. Overseas. Wouldn't have wanted to see Derek that early. Temperature right now is 24 degrees Celsius. I think the lowest it'll get to any point while we're playing today might be 22 later, so it's a very warm day, very sunny day. I think we've been blessed with the weather here in Malta. It's played away towards square leg. That's going to be one run. Just a single there. Senthil Raj comes out and he gets off the mark straight away. I really like Senthil Raj. He's a good player. Good keeper as well. Haven't had a chance to see much of Daniel during this series. Yeah, this is struck very nicely behind square leg. Good looking shot by Knifeton. Oh, if he can play more strokes like that, he certainly is a good cricketer. You can see that. That's a good looking shot. Some nice first impressions by Knifeton to the ECN audience. And this is struck straight to the fielder at point. It's going to be a dot ball. Jeffrey saying that it looks like Derek's put on some weight. Oh, well, maybe Derek's been trying out some of the nice restaurants around the Vortex where our hotel's based in. Probably spends his evenings in the jacuzzi. It's 31 days to go until the biggest festival in women's cricket. It's the first ever ECCW. 5 nations will be taking part in what should be a great celebration of women's cricket here on the European Cricket Network. A terrific way to round out another great season of cricket on the continent. Mossy bowling this over. Oh, this is just almost a bit of a mix-up there. I should have gone the other end, but we'll have another look at this. Yeah, real mix-up, real mix-up. Thrown it to the wrong end, needs to go to the non-striker's end. I'll give you all a bit of news regarding the previous match. So, gotta say, Mater Dei, love their attitude as a team. After that previous loss, they all got together just outside the ground, and they had a long, heated discussion reflecting on things that went wrong, catches that were put down, and a number of other things. I think it's still going. I believe their discussion is still going, so you love to see that. You really do. I mean, talk about a team really taking their cricket seriously. This one is hit away for 6. A very nice shot by Knifeton. I've been incredibly impressed by him early this innings. It's the first time I've had a chance to see him play. And he's looked very good. Hit a beautiful pull shot earlier. Now look at that gorgeous on drive for a 6. You don't see that shot too much. And it's another very good looking shot there by Knifeton. Yeah, he was involved, of course, in the 2 matches on Monday when Overseas had their only 100+ scores, 2 scores of 110+ in that match for Overseas. Played a good innings, had a undefeated 22 against the Knights. Liked some of the shots he's played so far. He looks like a proper cricketer. This is drilled, absolutely drilled. Yusuf's actually done quite well to get underneath that. I think Yusuf, he had a few issues with misfield a couple of days ago. And he'd make sure that he gets down well over there. The Crusaders played the Alex Knights in a doubleheader a couple of days ago. First match, the Knights managed to make 148 runs, and in response, the Crusaders did get to 129. Second game, though, we saw a much better bowling performance from the Crusaders. I think they got Basil George out pretty cheaply as well. It was improved performance, but they were unable to get victories in either of those games, and that's why they find themselves in a 2-4 hole, the Southern Crusaders. I think the one thing that's maybe good for them is that they have simpler fixtures from here on out. They do play overseas a couple of times. I think they'll want to pick up 2 wins today. Then they've got Sweetie United, who, well, their last performance was really, really poor. It was a shocking performance. And I don't know if they've just hit a rut or we're going to see a better Sweetie United team. One's down the leg side. Is going to be a wide. Jeffrey asking if the players, well, none of the players we're seeing today are on any contract, so I can tell you that for sure, Jeffrey. They're playing for the love of the game. Oh, that one's really wide. Gets that one wrong. Rather, Christian tries to overcompensate, but corrects it a bit too much. Oh, inside edges went onto his stumps. He's chopped that one on, Raj. Really unfortunate. It was very poor ball by Radha Christian. I think it just didn't bounce as much as Raj expected. Yeah, I think the thing is he's a rather slow bowler, Radha Christian, so not going to get the same bounce as some other batters. So he just misjudges the height of that delivery. And he chops it on. That's the risk with playing a horizontal bat stroke. You know, you just, you're not quite able to judge the bounce. And a lot of bad things could happen as Raj departs, having made just 3 runs. Well, I've just got Lee from Malta Cricket informing me that Daniel has been capped by the Isle of Man. That certainly makes sense. I mean, he is a really good cricketer. You know, the Isle of Man is a very good team. Loved watching them at the ECC. And it certainly makes sense that he's been capped and has taken part in matches for the Isle of Man. Very good player. I think if he goes on and plays a good innings here, overseas could get to triple digits. And the Southern Crusaders, they've had a lot of issues. You know, they've not convinced us with their performances, so the upset could certainly be on if to get to that triple digit mark overseas. Just nudged away. That's going to be single. Yes, this got enough to clear the fielder. Not quite, and a real shame. I think it was very enjoyable to watch Knifeton. Have another look at this. He isn't quite able to clear that fielder at the boundary rope. He picks out Zishan Youssef, and his innings unfortunately comes to an end. This is a big, big blow for overseas. I think we are aware of some of the batting issues they have. Just looking at the remainder of this lineup, it's going to be hard to see where the runs are going to come from. They've got some decent bowlers in there, of course. We've seen them bowl all right against overseas. Yeah, where do the remainder of the runs come from? I think, yeah, it looks like it is the skipper, David Marks. I was going to ask whether David Marks was going to come out to bat because he was originally listed at number 3, but he's come all the way down to 5. There's a huge responsibility on him here. Straight down the ground, and it's going to go away for a 4. And I think This one may have come into the commentary tent, not quite sure about that. Well, I just had to whip off my headset for a split second there to help Zishan Yusuf try to get that ball. It went under the board where we've got our table and our chairs. We're sitting here at the commentary table. Now short and wide. Is this going to go for the boundary? Yes, it will. It's 4 more runs there, so good start to David Marks' inning. Doesn't overhit that, doesn't need to. Just getting his line and length a little wrong here, Radhakrishnan. Can't afford to bowl there to the player of David Marks' quality. This is down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. He's just sort of lost his shape a little bit here, Radhakrishnan. Bowling quite well early in the over when he got those 2 wickets. Yeah, since then, just failing to hit the spot he needs to. Yeah, it's a much better ball. Much better delivery. I think wasn't the best stroke by Marks either. Well, the power play comes to an end. Overseas are 27 for 3. Yeah, the breeze is just picking up a little bit here in Malta. And wonder what the conditions will be like in the second inning, as we saw how much overseas are able to swing the ball around. I think Corey pointed out that they probably got lucky with the ball they picked out. They were hooping it around all over the place in their victory against Sweet United. So I wonder if you have a nice calm breeze in that second innings. Well, they'll be able to have plenty of swing this time around as well. Nani Yakara on to bowl the first over after the power play. This is, blocks that one out there, Hershey. Good start to Nani Yakara's over. A very good afternoon to James Stewart. Good to have you joining us. Come right at the correct time here to watch overseas against the Southern Crusaders. Sticks his leg out there, Nani Yakara. He better be careful doing that. He might have a cricket ball go right into his shin. And of course, it's just a natural reaction to trying to want to stop the ball. And you got to think twice when it's a big grizzly coming right at you. That one stays a little bit low. This is going to be played away towards square leg for a single. I think they've done a good job here. Southern Crusaders, they've really kept boundaries to an absolute minimum. I've seen 2 boundaries this entire innings, and those were by Knifeton when he was batting earlier, who has played a fair bit of cricket for the Isle of Man. And when he was younger, also played for their under-19 team. His best score was against Belgium, making a nice 30 at Amstelveen. So you can certainly see that he looks like a exciting cricketer. Let's hope he gets to face a few more balls in the second innings. I think this time around he just mishit one and presented a fairly comfortable catch to Zishan Yusuf out at long on. The projected score is currently 75. I think that looks pretty fair. I mean, keep in mind their two best overs were also during the power play, so with fielding restrictions lifted, the way they're batting, it's really hard for them to go at a 6 or 7 and over. Oh, and I think maybe he was just wondering if that one was going to go wide. Didn't swing much. I think he's misjudged the line there, Hershey. Now he's got to get a hurry on here. He's on 3 of 7. It's a low full toss that he's going to strike away towards extra cover for a boundary. Very good shot there by Jörg Hershey. Really needed that. He just missed the length there ever so slightly. Senavaratna. And he gets punished for it. Inside edges this one away. Yeah, it's just got enough to go to the boundary rope. No, it's going to stop short. But Hershey is going to sprint back for a second. I think he's safe. We'll have a look to confirm. I think he should be fine. But, oh, well, this could be closer because he hasn't grounded his bat until quite late. Well, you should be sliding your bat all the way. Oh, I think he might just be safe. I think he's just brought it back down to the ground. We'll have to go a frame back. Yeah, let's look at this really close here. I think this is the bit that matters. And I think right there, when the bells are about to come off, his bat's on the ground. Looks like the umpire agrees. Oh, what a stunning catch there by Senavaratna. Absolutely incredible, and the celebration and response, cool as a cucumber. Hershey departs. That was an incredible run. It looked like he was set to go down the ground for a 4, and he leaps up and he plucks that one out of the air. Bang, what an incredible catch. Really, really good shot. Beg your pardon, catch I should say. It was a good shot as well. He actually drilled that one, hit it very hard. It was not an easy catch. Senavaratna takes it. And the 4th wicket falls for overseas. They're 36 for 4. Kind of in familiar territory where they've gotten off to a rather difficult start. And they've got a big hole to dig themselves out of. Yeah, this is struck behind point for a single, so he gets off the mark here, Ivan Stash. Half the innings is in the books. Overseas are 37 for 4. As you can see, Southern Crusaders already fancied as 91% favorites. So the thing with overseas, though, it comes down to their bowling. I feel they bowled pretty well against Sweet United, but if they don't give their bowlers enough runs to defend, there's not much they can do. Here's a look at the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. We've still got plenty of action to come. Of course, we'll have the great pleasure of joining you from here in Malta for another week. And this weekend is going to be the international cricket, as the Maltese men's team will host Cyprus and the Maltese women's team will host Estonia. Then we've got a tour of Spain. Many of our ECS viewers are used to us kicking off tours with the actual club cricket itself, but this time around it'll be with the internationals. What's going on here? What is going on here? I think he actually thinks he hit that ball away. Now this is one of the funniest moments we've seen today. This is absolutely hilarious. Oh, it's like, did his batteries die or something? He just starts to run away. Have a look at this. I think he thinks he struck that away behind square leg, but it's right in front of him. And that is one of the funniest moments you'll ever see on the European Cricket Network. That's why we love European cricket. You got to feel for Ivan. He's going to be the butt of a joke. And he's a victim of a really comical run out. I think he thinks he's smacked this away because he feels the ball striking his bat and it's actually come off the back of it. And he runs off thinking, well, should be a single on over here. It's actually, yeah, it's the bottom edge of the bat. And it's a simple run out. And both the keeper and the bowler will take credit for that one officially. Well, you don't often see things like that. That was hilarious. That was really, really funny. Oh boy. We're going to have to look at that a number of times throughout this match. That was a first. Struck towards mid-wicket for a single. Sant will get off the mark. Another look at that one. He thinks he's hit it away behind square leg. He's like, where is it? Has it already gone to the boundary rope? And he starts running, and it's right in front of him. I think David Marks doesn't say anything either. He's just like, yeah, let this play out. Oh boy. This is a wide delivery by Hussain. Gotta say though, I mean, overseas, I know they've had a few of their issues. Results haven't necessarily gone their way. But they're a fun team to watch. I really enjoy them. Whenever they come out here, they always provide us plenty of great moments. I love the spirit they play with as well. You know, they really love their cricket overseas, especially turning up here. Game after game. Julian Dawson saying should have gone to Specsavers. That was really good. There's a free hit coming up. Chance for David Marks to have a free swing at this one, and he hammers this away for a 6. Really good shot. Marks didn't overhit that one either. He just timed it really nicely. Have a look at this one. You don't see a big swing. It's just, look at this. It's just timed really nicely for a 6. Very good shot there by David Marks. That's the first, just the second 6 we've seen actually this innings. Not been too many boundaries, just 4 of them. And David Marks has hit quite a few. This is another one that he's going to hit away for a 4. So back-to-back boundaries for the first time this innings. Straying onto the leg side. And Marks strikes it behind square leg. There he is, the marksman. Found the gap over there very well. That was a good ball there by Hussain. He's actually dug that one out well. David Marks says he'll get a single, moves on to 20 of 9. Good start for him. A little bit. Again, I'm rather surprised that he often bats lower down the order. I know he wants to give other players in his team a chance to bat, which makes sense, but overseas want to be winning games. He needs to be up there, either opening or at number 3. Blocks that one out, Sant. Another good ball by Hussain. Oh, they're going to pinch some run-up overthrows here. Well, I don't know if these teams were watching what happened earlier between Malta Day and Zira United, but it seems like they've caught the same bug. 52 for 5. Here's a look at the scorecard. Top scorer is, of course, the captain himself, Marks. Daniel Knifton was looking really good as well. He had a couple of nice shots until he picked out the fielder in the deep long on. Yeah, this will be struck towards mid-wicket. They've really packed that leg side boundary here, so it's going to have to bowl rather straight, Rahman. Straight and on a good length is the plan for him. He's got a deep mid-wicket in place and a deep square leg. Oh, that was a chance. Just didn't get in the right position to take that. Thing is, he wasn't really attacking the ball. He kind of just reached his hands out at it. Let's have a look at it. Yeah, look at that. He's almost scared of the ball. He's caught in two minds. You know, does he want to catch it? Does he not want to catch it? In the end, he doesn't. You know, that grizzly struck firmly at you. I think you're thinking about some of your bones as well. Don't want to leave the ground with a few injuries. He's spoiled to wide over there. He just managed to sneak that one inside the tram line, I think. This is a nice little reverse sweep here by David Marks, but he's going to get a single. He'll keep strike. And once more, I mean, these throws, they haven't been the best by the Southern Crusaders. I think some of the throwing today, it could have been better. I've not always been impressed by it. There's been a few fielding issues between these teams when generally here in Malta, the standard of fielding has been very high so far this series. Anyway, let's have a look at the events we got coming up on the European Cricket Network. It's just Spain. That's going to be our last European cricket series of the year. We're still here in Malta through to the 24th. So still got plenty of cricket to come. It's been a great year. And even though we're near the end of the year, we're still going to keep going. And we'll keep bringing you some exciting events. Just incredible. Look at all the different countries we've been to. A great blend of culture and cricket. Been to so many iconic cities. You know, I mean, how many people would have thought a few years ago that you'd be doing a major European cricket series in a beautiful city like Rome? You know, we're going to be in Barcelona, obviously, in a couple weeks' time. I mean, it's just been incredible to visit some of these great cities here. The European Cricket Network. That is struck towards long on. It's going to be a single. Also, just a picturesque place in Switzerland. Getting to host an ECS there as well after 3 years. That was wonderful. I mean, that was such a hyped ECS. And it absolutely delivered. This one is going to be another single. Our projected score is about 77 right now. I'd say they look like they're probably going to get there if David Marks can hang around till the end. Or maybe they'll get to a lot more. That's a really good shot. It was in the slot. And he punishes Abba Vikrama. And another enormous shot. Have a look at this. Just hammers it away. Very, very good shot. This is hit out towards long on, so it's another single. Let's have a look at some of the fixtures Southern Crusaders have coming up. Of course, they'll want to pick up 2 wins today just to keep themselves secure in that 4th spot. As things stand, this is a really important matchup because Overseas are sitting in 5th place, Crusaders in 4th place. Just 2 points separate these teams, but the Crusaders have a massive net run rate advantage. So if the Crusaders win one of these 2 games, they feel it's going to be very hard for Overseas to catch up, especially knowing some of the issues they've had. Oh, he's just falling away a little bit there, isn't he? As he's bowling, you can see he's kind of falling away to the right. He doesn't have that strong front arm. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, his front arm's just collapsing. That's why he's bowling such wide deliveries. He should might need a little bit of coaching for that. Whenever Corey's going to be back on commentary, sure we could give him a little bit of advice on how to improve his bowling. We got 2 overs left. Overseas are 70 for 5, but this is an important matchup, as I mentioned, since the Crusaders are just 2 points ahead of Overseas. And you'd feel Overseas would have to win at least one of these 2 games. Ideally both, and realistically both, to still have a chance. That way they would be in 4th place at the end of this day, and then the Crusaders have to play catch-up when they face Sweetie United on the 20th. So that will be our first day back after the ECIs. And they would have it all to do. I mean, Sweetie United, very strong team. You know, just because they had a difficult result a couple of days ago, don't count them out. They could easily go on to win this entire thing. Very optimistic appeal. I think you can see the bowler's grinning when he appeals there. He knows that's probably not out. Going down the leg side. Play towards long on. That's going to be another single. Some good quiet overs here by Mahbub Rahman. His first over went for just 4 runs. This over so far, just 4 as well. Sant going out a run of ball. I think he's done well, to fair to him, to keep dot balls to a minimum and just make sure that David Marks is on strike. Yeah, that's the right cricket over there. Marks is the only one left who can clear the boundary. Just let him face as many balls as possible. Oh, big swing over there. This is going to be interesting, as David Marks just going to take a single off the final ball of the over to keep strike for the last over. Let's see. And oh, huge mix-up, enormous mix-up, and Santa's going to be run out a little. Just does it with the old backhand over there, Rahman, to do that run out, as Sant will have to depart. He sacrifices his wicket. He made a run at ball 9. Just basically did his job as a lower order batter, made sure that he kept dot balls to a minimum, ensured that David Marks had as much of the strike as possible. Yeah, I think Marks, he wanted to take a single. That was his plan over there. But he just didn't hit the ball hard enough or firmly enough to at least get it to beyond the ring. That's a big win there for the Southern Crusaders, because the new batter, Cost, is going to be on strike. I think he just needs to get a single here. Needs to get a single here, Cost. David Mark then face the last 5 balls. Nanayakara is on strike, and I think here's where the Southern Crusaders could be a little smart. Just bring a few fielders in to prevent that single. At the moment, they're just going with the standard field, which they've had against Marks as well. Here's where you need to be a little bit intelligent. Just have that match awareness. Bring everyone in. Don't let Cost get that single. And he will. So David Marks on strike. And let's see, is Marks just going to try to face these, all of these remaining 5 balls, see how many boundaries he can hit off 5? Maybe that's the way to go about it. And looks like he will take the 1 run here, Mark. So I was just wondering if he was going to just focus on boundary hitting there. Dave pointing out that's another mix-up. Yeah, running between the wickets has been a big issue for sides today. I think some of the little things, which all 4 teams we've seen so far today, just failed to do them. And that's a run out. That's going to be the end for Marks, and a really good throw there by the keeper. That's a good work by Afi Khan. Let's take a look at this. Big swing and a miss there for Cost. Marks is right out of the blocks. He knows he needs to get back on strike. And full credit to Afi Khan. Strikes the stumps. It's not even in the frame, so that's clearly a run out. And overseas, at one stage, we thought they would get to 85, but that's looking unlikely now as well. Unless Vasim or Cost, one of these two, can come up with a boundary or 2. It's going to be tough. Let's have another look at this. Good throw there by Afi Khan. Really good throw. Di Maria is saying overseas need to score 90 to have a chance. 90's not going to happen. I mean, again, I don't want to say, I don't like saying, I don't like ruling things out, but 90 looks really unlikely. They get to 85 here. That would be pretty decent. Up in the air, and this could be a catching chance. It is taken. Really well done by Zishan Yusuf. Very safe pair of hands. He's taken some nice catches so far today. He's really taken full ownership of that long on position, and he does so well out there. Overseas now, 77 for 6. Got 2 more balls to come. Very good afternoon to Chris Smith, who's joining us. Dave saying that South Africa are 182 for 7 after 45 overs. Oh, that's certainly not good news for them. Yeah, it doesn't look like they'll be able to post a target that would trouble Australia too much. Australia now probably heavy favorites in that match. This is hit away towards mid-wicket. They got to come back for a second run. They have no choice. Got to take the risk. It's going to be another run out. Credit here to the Southern Crusaders. Whenever they've decided to go for these risky runs, the throws have been on the money. And the keeper as well, Afi Khan, he's been there to do the right thing, collect the ball and whip the bails off. As the 9th wicket falls for overseas. Now, can they get to 80? That's the question. I think we keep lowering this target each time. We started off with 100, and they got to 90, then 85. Now, can they get to 80? It's 2 runs needed to get to the 80 mark. And out strides Michael Hart. He was originally listed to bat at number 11, but number 7, but he comes out at number 11 in the end. There we go. Last ball of this innings. Oh, it's a really good Yorker there by Naniakara. And some good running between the wickets. Cost comes across. They get the single. And a terrific final over by Naniakara. Only 4 runs come off it. 3 wickets, 2 from runouts. And they'll end up at 79 overseas. So it's a target of 80 for the Southern Crusaders. Will certainly back themselves to get to that fairly comfortably. We'll have a look at the highlights of the innings we just witnessed. Stewart and Nyberton opened the batting for overseas. Stewart would depart for a duck. Zishan Yusuf would get rid of him. Good catch by Shaheen Hussein. Niverton, I liked a couple of shots he played. With that beautiful pull shot to that on drive for a 6. That is one of my favorite strokes. Lovely stuff, you know, Virat Kohli-esque. Senthil Raj was dismissed. He made just 3 runs of 5 deliveries. Unfortunately for Niverton and overseas, he wasn't quite able to keep going. He picked out a fielder in the deep, departed, having made just 11 runs. David Marks would come in at number 5. He made 36 of 21. Very good innings by him. That at least helped his side get to a respectable total. There were a number of runouts. I think they struggled with their running between the wickets. Some of those runouts, though, were also just overseas trying to be aggressive and force the issue when they knew they couldn't really strike enough boundaries. This was absolutely hilarious by Ivan Stash. He thought he'd whacked up all the way behind square leg. He decided to set off, but the ball was right there, lying on the pitch. Shaheen Hussein collected it, passed it on to Afi Khan, and run him out. One of the funniest moments we have witnessed so far this series, and trust me, we've had plenty of them. This was the final ball of the 9th over. I think Marks was just trying to get a single to stay on strike for the last over. And this was a really good throw by Afi Khan. Marks was trying to get back on strike to face the last 3 balls. Unfortunately, he couldn't. It was a good throw there by the keeper. You can see one more run out before the end. That would be David Millard getting out. He would make just 1 run. And they get another single off the final ball, as only 4 runs came off that last over. 9 runs off the last 2 overs in total. Overseas end up with just 79 off their 10 overs. Here's a look at the scorecard. Iverton, as I said, he struck a couple of boundaries, 2 really good looking shots. Love that pulse shot. And then another good on drive for a 6. David Marks was very good. He made 36 of 21, but no other scores of note, as overseas ended up with 79. Here's the bowling card for the Southern Crusaders. They decided to experiment with their bowling lineup a little bit. They gave plenty of players a chance to bowl. They used 8 different bowlers, and most of their players had pretty good games out there. I have to say, the pick of the bowlers, Zishan Yusuf figures a 1 for 6. Radhakrishnan got 2 wickets, but a little bit expensive considering the state of this game. In the end, the Southern Crusaders need just 80 runs to win in the second innings and separate themselves in that race for the 4th spot in Group A.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back for our second innings. Overseas have posted a target of 80 for the Southern Crusaders. You'd feel the Southern Crusaders are massive favorites heading into this match, but we've seen a few big bowling performances from this overseas team, including against Sweet United a couple of days ago when they pulled off that incredible upset. They've got some good bowlers in this team, including that man, David Marks, who's going to bowl the first over. I think what was incredible about that match against Sweet United was just how much they were swinging the ball. Let's have a look at how this one pans out. And a nice bit of swing here. Again, get some good in-swing there, David Marks. I think then Corey just said that it seems like they've just picked out a particularly good ball during that matchup against Sweet United. But in general, I think even in the match before that, which they lost, they managed to get plenty of movement in the air. They got a gentle breeze going on at the moment as well, so they get some good swing here. So Happy Khan is going to be on strike to face his first ball. He's in pretty good form recently. Made a big half century a couple days ago. And had a nice 20-plus score alongside that as well. This is just straying onto the pads there. Can't afford to bowl there, Marks. He's going to have to be spot on with his line and length. His nickname's the marksman, so he had to show some marksman-like accuracy if he wants his team to have a chance in this game. Quite a bit of talk about the semi-final in the chat. And yeah, seems like David Miller departs shortly after making a century. So yeah, as you're all saying, that would be a really big blow for South Africa. 203 for 9, 47.2 overs. We might have gone a couple overs too early. You know, maybe he could have added another 30-35 runs if he stuck around for another couple of overs, knowing the kind of player he is. I remember back when I used to watch a little bit of the IPL, don't as much anymore. And he had that season with the Punjab Lions. So sorry, I should say Punjab Super Kings. Kings 11 Punjab. What am I saying? The thing is, the Punjab Lions are an ECS team, so play their cricket in Cyprus. But I should say Kings 11 Punjab. He really, really was incredible for them, I remember. Also a terrific cricketer, David Miller. That's when I think he really began to burst onto the scene early in his career. Since then, of course, he's gone on to reach great heights. A little bit of width on offer there. He's going to strike this behind point for a 4. Good shot by Gunatilaka. Let's have another look at that. Opens the face of his bat, hits it behind point. It's a good shot there for a 4. It's a nice over to start off for the Southern Crusaders. You know, the one thing overseas needed was their captain to set the tone in the first over. If you get a wicket, keep it tight. But they've just eased some pressure on themselves here, the Crusaders. Goes a bit too short there. That's going to be a wide. Let's take another look at that. Yep. No question there. Very, very wide. And he gets it too short and wide here as well, Marks. And it's a great first over for the Southern Crusaders. Can't afford to bowl there, especially with no third man out in the deep. All Gunatilaka has to do is just get some bat on it, and it's going to go away for a 4. You can just see Crusaders already 95% to win this game. That one's, of course, been given a no ball, so this is a free hit. That was the second for the over. It's only allowed to bowl that one bouncer above shoulder height. Every over, David Marks went for it again, went too short. And so that's why he got that free hit, which they failed to capitalize on, the Southern Crusaders. But we've had 210 matches without a golden ball here on the European Cricket Network. It's probably going to take something special to end up with a golden ball in this game. It looks like the Crusaders will probably go on to notch a pretty dominant victory. They've started out great. I think their star player, David Marks, they really needed him to set a tone in that first over. But it's going to be Michael Hart now bowling the second over. I think he was very good a couple days ago against Sweetie United. Wasn't bowling like that though against them. I think he was very accurate. He was constantly on the money. I think he kept things simple, Michael Hart, in that game. It's just stump to stump, line and length. And it was very hard for United to get away in both games that he played. Not just the win. And there he is. He gets a wicket. Gunatilaka picks out the lone fielder at square leg. I think he's a touch lucky there as well, I have to say, Hart. It's probably a bit too short. If Gunatilaka hits this anywhere else, he gets a boundary. But he picks out the fielder at square leg. It's going to be a wicket. And he's just examining his bat. I don't think there's anything wrong with the bat. Seemed like it did its job pretty well. Heard a beautiful sound off it. And the Crusaders are 18 for 1. Big shot. But he finds the fielder. It's a good catch by Daniel Knifton. He's very involved in this game. In comes Ryan Bastians, very good player. 731 European Cricket Series runs for him. It's right up there with one of the very best in this country. A great career strike rate of 153 as well. Him and Basil George opening the batting together for the Southern Crusaders back in February. Such a good combination that led this team to the final. There's another wide by Michael Hart. Doesn't have too many runs to play with, so needs to keep extras to an absolute minimum. Let's see how he bowls against a left-hander. We didn't see him bowling against any left-handers on Tuesday, but mostly saw him going up against right-handers. There's 3 wides. Well, he didn't bowl this many wides during his entire performance on Monday across both games, and he's come out here bowled 3 wides already. Only 1 legal delivery. This is a very good shot. It's going to go away for 6. Ooh, that's awfully close to Diana. She'll capture a picture of that. There she is with her burrito. Sega just over pitches that delivery, and Bastians, I think he's done a good job of getting underneath that. Hits it on the half volley and smacks it away for 6. Just a shade above a run of ball needed for the Southern Crusaders to win it from here. Breeze just starting to pick up again a little bit here at the Marsa Sports Ground. Just take another look at this ball. That's kind of close to the tram line, isn't it? But it's a bit hard to see it with that angle because Hart was just getting in the way. This one, he just pulls the length back a little bit, Michael Hart, but he gets pumped away for a 4. He's just bowling in the slot here. That's the problem. It's right in Bastian's arc. And he's always going to get hit. And he bowls over there. Just see that Intelligent Cricket given overseas a 0% chance to win it from here. Maybe it's under 1% according to them. Maybe it's, can't quite list a 0.5% chance or something like that. This is a top edge that's going to go away for 4, and these hopes for overseas continue to dwindle. It's already under a run of ball. It's just been an expensive couple of overs to start out. 17 of this one already. 17 came off the first. A lot of extras as well, when you think about it. 5 runs of extras so far. And there's a big appeal here. And you think about the number of extras they bowled as well. That one was probably going down the leg side. Hart was pleading to the umpire to give that one out. Yeah, it's just probably going down the leg side. I wonder if he was just straightening a bit, but it was always going to be a tough one for the umpire to give. Of course, the umpire who had to make that decision was Tim Wheeler. He's joined by Darshit Patangar. The third umpire is Joy Ghost Roy. Here are the standings for Group A. Overseas are, of course, in a big battle to try to get that 4th spot and the final spot to make it to the quarterfinals. That's a wide delivery. Very wide there. And you feel they'd have to win both these games to have a chance to make it to the quarterfinals, because the Southern Crusaders have a couple of matches against Zira United after this. So the odds are just not looking good for the overseas right now. I think this group looks pretty set, in all honesty. It's just a case of where these teams end up, because Knights are probably going to top the group. Then it's a question of whether Sweet United or Mater Dei end up in 2nd or 3rd. This has gone up in the air. Oh, he spilt that catch. That's Vincent Koss. He never really got in the right position. Have one more look at this. And it goes up in the air. Here it is. Here's his moment. He didn't quite get in the right position. And he fails to get it. Good question here by Jeffrey Mops. From the grounds I visited, which I think is the prettiest. Well, I've been to a few grounds this year. I think this is my 4th event for the European Cricket Network. Sort of outside of my, if you include my domestic event as well, of course, over in Cyprus. And I think in terms of actual scenic setting, the best was Moara Vlasier in Romania. That was definitely the prettiest ground. It's located out in a rural part of Ilfov County, around Bucharest. And it's really, really gorgeous. You've got a little lake next to it as well. It's just out in the middle of nature. So, so pretty. It's very green and lush as well. Has to be probably the prettiest ground I've been to. And this one's just going to go past the keeper. And they'll get a couple of runs there. I think in terms of, if you want to talk about facilities, this one is probably the best, though. I think Marsa Sports Complex, this is a tremendous place to sports facility in general. You got plenty of sports around us. There's a golf course, a tennis court, got a great pavilion, and then there's some nice facilities which the cricketers can also use just outside our official pavilion as well. So in general, this is a really, really good cricket ground we're at. Thing is, Malta, though, it's quite a congested country. I believe it's one of the most densely populated places in the world. It's a very small island, but there's more than 500,000 people living here, so it's extremely built up. So if you go to some place like Medina and you get a 180-degree view of the island, you know, you just realize how congested it is. There's barely any space. Let's They're doing the old concussion test again. We saw this earlier today. Just putting his fingers up and testing if he's all right. This is the second concussion test we've seen administered today, and it's a, let's see. Yeah. It looks like Ryan Bastians has passed that test. And we should be ready to get back underway. Yeah, this is laid out towards square leg. It's going to be a single. Yeah, it's a good thing that we administer these concussion tests. It's a great innovation in sports over the last few years as awareness of CTE and head injuries has risen. It's not just something we've seen in cricket, it's been across a number of sports. And that's another one that's been skied, but it's going to be clear of the fielders. It will land safely, and it's another single. So 39 needed a 42 now, just to run the ball from here for the Southern Crusaders. We're going to take a big step towards booking their place in the quarterfinals. Of course, we usually do random questions in our final game of the day, but the result in this one looks pretty set to be a Southern Crusaders victory. So, we can start a little earlier. So, feel free to bring in the random questions and the discussions as we have a look at the power play. That's the first good over for overseas. Just 6 runs coming from that. Good bowling there by David Marks, but 40 overall for the power play, which means they're really behind the 8 ball here. Overseas. Already halfway there. Think about it. The Southern Crusaders got 7 overs now to hit the remaining 40 runs. It's going to be Jörg Hershey bowling this over. Saw him against Sweet United. He did a pretty good job. Manages to get some wickets, but there's a lot of risk and reward to his bowling because there's a lot of loopy deliveries like that. This one's going to be another wide. You can take another run off the scoreboard. And make that 2 wides in a row. 38 of 42. This is stroked out towards square leg. It's going to be a single. And it looks like it's Bastian's back on strike here. Got a big victory here. Will also do their net run rate a world of good. Southern Crusaders currently have a negative run rate at a minus 1.1. This one's up in the air. Is it going to clear the fielder? Yes, it will. Marks put a hand out, tried to prevent that. I'm going to the boundary, or at least looking to catch it. I think that is a real point of concern. If he goes down, the captain himself, he's such an important player for this team with both the bat and ball in hand. We'll monitor that situation, but let's have a look at this first. Where is this? Where does this land? Oh, it's just come off his finger. Yeah, it's going to be in front of the boundary rope. And it's going to be 4 runs. You just hope Marks is fine, though. I think that's the important thing. Just running some water down his hand. Oh, this is just like the schoolyard, isn't it? Tough man, I gotta say. Full respect to him for not asking for the magic spray. And just going for the old... just run some water down where the injury is. This is schoolyard stuff, isn't it? No magic spray, no ice. Just get a bottle of water. And run some water down where it hurts. Kroom asking, does pineapple belong on pizza? Nope. That's a very simple answer. Don't need to elaborate any further. As this goes straight to Andy House. Good bit of fielding by him. This one's a bit too short by Hershey, and it's smacked away for 4. Of course, we're in a beautiful Malta for this series. That one's wide, and Malta's always been has a very interesting history because of its location in the Mediterranean Sea. I think the past century as well, it's just been a very important strategic base as well for many navies. And because of that, it's also had quite an interesting cricketing history. This one is straying down the leg side. It's going to be a boundary. Cricket's actually been played here for well over 200 years. The first recorded game in Malta was back in 1800 between sailors on Lord Nelson's fleet. This is obviously going down the leg side, so that's not going to be an LBW. So, yeah, it's obviously Horatio Nelson's fleet was here, and first ever game was played back in 1800. Then British Services played cricket here in 1889 and 1891 as well. This is also going away for a 4, so 19 runs needed. And this is down the leg side. It's a 4, so 19 runs needed off the remaining 6 overs. And W.G. Grace has also played in Malta. If you want a fun bit of trivia, I mean, you truly are in hallowed grounds if he's played here as well. He played at the Royal Naval Ground for Lord Sheffield's 11 when England were traveling for a tour to Australia. Wally Hammond has also played in Malta as a junior, back with his father when he was posted as a corporal here for the Royal Artillery in between 1911 and 1914. So it certainly has a country with a very interesting cricketing history. And thanks to the European Cricket Network, it's just tapping into some of this history again. And the love for the game is growing once more. This is a low full toss, but it's going to be struck towards long on. So that's going to be a single. Of course, Malta became an affiliate member of the ICC back in 1998. And since then, Marsa Sports Club has become the nation's premier facility for cricket. They're building a new ground, I believe, up in Gozo as well. Pete Tuck from Malta Cricket sent some pictures and videos of that. That looks to be a very good ground. If they can have 2 great grounds in this country, it can do a world of good for sport here. This is struck away towards long on for a single, but it is pretty great for a nation as small as this to have such a professional cricket ground here in Marsa. Keep in mind, Malta is rather small, so commuting around is not as challenging, other than the awful amount of traffic they have over here. I mean, there's one national motorway for the whole country. And if you have to get on it during rush hour, it takes ages. I mean, we know that ourselves, having to use the motorway to get to our hotel after games. There's a quick drop and run over here. Bastians will scamper across for a single. 13 more runs needed now for the Southern Crusaders. Since 1990, though, is really when cricket has started to flourish in this nation. Of course, after Malta became an independent country. The domestic board really started to take control of the game. This is struck out towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a single. Malta has taken part in a number of international tournaments. They've competed against well over 25 nations. We'll have a look at this fantasy dashboard for our final match of the day between Overseas and the Southern Crusaders. Overseas with a 1-5 record going up against Southern Crusaders, are currently at 2-4. Of course, that will change. I think it's fair to say that Overseas will probably go on to lose this game. So you can put them at 1-6. The Crusaders at 3-4. And the great thing about Malta is just the way they play cricket. It's a social sport, but it's also played with great competitiveness. I think if you look inside the pavilion, there's some great banners of all the teams that have come here over the years. Had a great team of a lot of retired England players as well come over and play in Malta as well. Saw some pictures of Steve Harmison inside. Likes of Mark Ramprakash as well were involved in that game. I think it's the beauty of playing in a place like Malta is must have at least 300 days of sun over here. You can have a nice and long season, started all the way in the end of January and probably go through to Christmas. It's Millard coming into bowl. Haven't seen him bowl much this ECS, but with this result all but decided, he can come out and have a little bit of fun and enjoy his time bowling on the European Cricket Network. Yeah, this one's down the leg side. It's another wide. They just struggle a little bit with extras Overseas. Big wide there down the offside, so he's having to try to reach out of that one, Bastians. I think there's no worries about stumpings over there. Should be perfectly safe. They're just a couple of shots away here from picking up another win, the Southern Crusaders. And there's the one boundary. So one more shot should do the trick. This is really well hit. It's in the slot. Hammers it towards mid-wicket. 6 more runs in. It's a 1 big 6. And this game is in the books as a Southern Crusaders victory. Overseas, though, I think they really lost this game in the first innings when they failed to post a good enough total. And unfortunately, they've been a bit too expensive here as Millard. Well, that one was very close. I think he deceived him there with the lack of pace. Yes, a slower ball. Good bowling there by Millard. Oh, and he gets a wicket, so a big moment here for Millard. He will certainly enjoy that. And he gets rid of Ryan Bastians, who picks out the fielder at mid-wicket. He's going for the big hit. He wanted to finish it in style. Didn't quite middle it. And this is a well-taken catch by Gerald Sant. Good over there by Millard. Just 6 runs off it, despite all those wides. And he gets rid of Ryan Bastians. But all you feel that will do is just to delay the outcome of this match, as someone will come on and eventually knock away the remaining 6 runs. Here's the scorecard for the Southern Crusaders. They've only had to chase a target of 80, so it's not been too big a challenge. Gunatilaka was looking pretty good at the start of his innings until he picked out Daniel Niverton to get dismissed. Vincent Cost to bowl this over. Oh, it's going to take an outside edge and go away for a 4. Now a little bit unlucky here. Just trying to probably hit that one towards long on. Comes off the toe end of the bat, goes away for 4. Just 2 more runs will do it for the Southern Crusaders. It's been a dominant victory by them. I have to say they were stellar in that first innings with their bowling. Had everything right on the money. Restricted overseas to just 79. Pretty good with their throwing in the field as well. We saw the 2 teams this morning have plenty of issues with overthrows. That wasn't the case though for the Southern Crusaders. They were pretty ruthless in the field. I can only think of one mistake they made where they overthrew the ball, but other than that, it was an exceptional performance. The game's going to end on a wide, not quite the way that you want a cricket match to end, but the Southern Crusaders will take this victory by 8 wickets with 3.4 overs to spare. Dominant, absolutely dominant. That's the only way to describe it. And you feel now overseas are probably out of the running to make it to the quarterfinals. Looks like we probably have the top 4 teams for Group A set. It's just a case of where they're going to finish. And as we'll have a look at the fantasy dashboard, overseas now will move on to have a record of 1-6, whereas the Crusaders will move on to 3-4. Really good win for the Southern Crusaders as they take another step towards returning to the final after making it there in February. We'll have a look at the highlights of this innings. We saw some good shots hit early by the Southern Crusaders. They came out those first couple of overs, hit 34 runs in them until Gunatilaka was departed. It was a good catch in the deep by Michael Knifton, but then Afi Khan will continue going. He made 22 of 14. Cost, unfortunately, failed to take that catch. He was supported well by Ryan Bastians, who made 34 of 20. He struck 7 boundaries. This was a little concussion test that was done at one point in the innings. Bastians would hang this one up. And unfortunately for Marks, he wasn't quite able to take that catch. Credit to him, though, for denying the magic spray and just going down the old school route of running some water down the injury. This one was a few balls in the slot. David Millard managed to get rid of Ryan Bastians. A good moment for him. Ball fairly decent. He gave up just 6 runs in his sole over. And the match would end on a wide. Not quite the way that Vincent Cosman wanted to end. As the Crusaders take this one very comfortably with 3.4 overs to spare. Let's have a look at the scorecard. As we just told you, Gunatilaka made 10 of 6. He struck 2 boundaries until he picked out Daniel Knifton at square leg off the bowling of Michael Hart. Afi Khan played pretty decently, made 22 of 14, passed his concussion test as well, which is pretty good to see. And Ryan Bastians got out right at the end, looking to hit one over mid-wicket, but he picked out Gerald Sant. Full credit to David Millard. Here are the bowling figures for overseas. David Marks gave up 22 runs in the 2 overs he bowled. Michael Hart was expensive today. He rolled very, very tight a couple of days ago against Sweetie United. Björk Hershey's sole over went for 22 runs. Liam Stewart bowled well, gave up just 5 runs at his only over. Millard as well, with figures of 1 for 6 in the 1 over he bowled. I think extras is going to be a little concern for overseas. An underdog team can't afford to give up those freebies. As this is the match summary. The Southern Crusaders take this one by 8 wickets with 3.4 overs to spare. We'll be back in about 30 minutes with our last match of the day. Make sure to join us then.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Our final match of the day is between Overseas and the Southern Crusaders. Both these teams are trying to grab that fourth and final spot in Group A to make it to the quarterfinals. Let's see if Overseas can have a big batting performance in this particular game. They really struggled for runs in that first match. I was really impressed with cricketers like Daniel Nyverton. We only got to see him for the third time this series. He played some really good looking shots. He's played for the Isle of Man in the past as well. And let's see if guys like him and David Marks can step up and have a big innings for Overseas so they can go on and pull off the big upset against the Southern Crusaders. Let's head over to the coin toss where match referee Stefan Gooch is alongside both the captains.
Overseas to call.
Heads.
Heads is called. It is tails. Bat?
Yes.
Good luck. All the best, guys. Southern Crusaders are one that tossing their batting. Back over to you in the commentary box.
Well, thank you very much, Stefan. We're in our final match of the day and having a look at this beautiful cricket ground where we'll be playing all of the cricket throughout this European Cricket Series, the Marsa Sports Complex. Beautiful place to play. It's been a real privilege to bring you games from this wonderful part of the world. We'll have a look at the fantasy dashboard. Of course, Overseas are now 1-6 rather than 1-5. The Southern Crusaders are now 3-4 rather than 2-4. I think for Overseas, it really comes down to his first innings. They have to bowl really well, try to restrict the Crusaders to something under 100, and then hope they can bat well in that second innings. Really give themselves a chance. Try to at least still be in the game in the second innings. You know, they've lost the match in the first innings a few times. It's making sure they're still in this game when we're heading into the last 30, 45 minutes of cricketing action. As you can see from that win predictor, Southern Crusaders are rightfully so the massive favorites heading into this match. Should be ready to get underway. So David Marks, as per, bowling the first over. Just taking a look at the field. It's gone for a deep cover point and a deep third man. Needs to be bowling on a good length just outside the off stump, and starts off well here, David Marks, with the dot ball. That's a good looking drive, but straight to the fielder. It's not cleanly fielded on the first attempt, but maybe there's a chance for a run out. It's hard to tell from their reaction. Let's have a look at this replay. Yeah, I think it went straight at the fielder, but he wasn't able to collect it cleanly. Now this is going to be interesting. This is going to be very interesting. He could be in quite a bit of trouble, and he's gone. That's it. He's been run out. That's a terrific bit of work, and now you can just hear the cheers among the Overseas fielder. They've heard the news. This has been given run out by the third umpire as Abhay Vikrama departs without troubling the scorers. It looks like we're going to get Diamond Derek out. It's a duck without facing a ball. There he is for the first time this series, Diamond Derek. And he's come out to greet him. That's the last thing he'd want to see Hesh Abhay Vikrama. He got a feel for him, though. It's really harsh. He was listed as the number 10 batter in the previous match. Imagine how excited he was when he was told that he could open the batting. He's like, wow, that's an incredible promotion. I might get to make a few runs. Then he gets out without even facing a ball. Oh, cricket can be such a cruel sport sometimes. A big swing there by Ryan Bastians, who is coming in at number 3. But really, that is so harsh when you're listed so low down the order in the first match. You get a big promotion, your side decides to shuffle up things a little bit, and then you get out without even facing a ball. And it's going to take a few bounces, go over the boundary rope. Ryan Bastians gets off the mark with a nice 4. He batted really well in that first match, helped set up his side's victory. Of course, it's the final match of the day, so we can discuss a lot of off-topic stuff. Feel free to bring in your questions and keep the discussion going in the chat. A 34 of 20 last match. Bastians, oh, he just about got the French cut going early. Looks like he has. As that one's going to go trickle over the boundary rope. Let's have a look at this. Very, very good ball there by David Marks. Just gets enough of an edge on it. Bastians to go away for 4 again. If you can perfect that French cut, there's not too much bowlers can do. Oh, this one's played uppishly, and he's rather lucky there, Bastians, that it hasn't carried to Michael Hart. Otherwise, he'd have been in real trouble. He didn't really control that stroke. 9 for 1 at the end of the first. Of course, we've got 31 days to go until the Euros of women's cricket. It's going to be a great celebration of all things women's cricket. Really looking forward to that one. It's going to be a fantastic celebration of the sport we love. And it's the first ever ECCW. 5 nations taking part in that. David Millard is going to bowl the second over. He did a pretty good job in the last match, especially against Bastians. He managed to get his wicket. And I was just about to say maybe that's a nice little tactical idea to bring on the bowler that dismissed Bastians when he's facing the first ball of the over. But this one is hung up a bit too short. Looks like it's gone over the rope as well, so it'll be a 6. He gave up 6 runs all over in the sole over he bowled last time. Gives that much up from his very first ball. As he just about managed to sneak that inside the tram line, according to the umpire, yes. Let's see how close this one was. No question there, that's definitely a wide. Oh, that's a well-taken catch. That was a pretty poor delivery in all honesty, but Miller just seems to have Bastians' number today. Bastians must be absolutely stunned he's got out to that. We're going to have to check whether it's a no ball or not. It's probably fine according to me. Bastians, a rankful toss, should have battered that 10 feet behind the boundary rope, but he's instead popped up a simple catch for the fielder, a square leg. I think it's obviously going to be fine, and Bastians has been given his marching orders. Yeah, probably if he was standing up, might have just snuck underneath his waist. Keep in mind, he's not a quick bowler, Millard, so would have dipped a fair bit as well. Julian Dawson comparing the India-Australia finals to something Sellers and Yateman said. I think, isn't that a Francis Fukuyama that history had come to an end? I think he said that after in the 90s, I believe, after the Cold War. It's Afi Khan on strike. He gets demoted down the order. Doubt it was because of his performance. I think they're just shuffling around to give a few different players a chance here, the Southern Crusaders. I think they're aware that they'll probably make their way to the quarterfinals. Yeah, I believe he said it was the end of history. Something along those lines. Oh, is there an edge there? He's certain there is. Oh, and he gets another wicket here, David Millard. It's been sensational. What a terrific introduction to this team. We haven't seen him much this ECS, but he comes in today, takes his 3rd wicket of the day, and he's absolutely delighted, rightfully so. I think Millard's just put in a very good performance. Let's have a look at this. This looks like it's going to get cut away for a 4, but there's just not enough room maybe for Khan to play that shot. It's a top edge. Credit to Afi Khan. Didn't even look at the umpire. He just walked off. So we have to congratulate Afi for that. Playing with the right attitude. Again, I firmly believe if you've nicked it, just walk off. Don't wait for the umpire's decision. Take one more look at that. Top edge. Look at that by Afi Khan. Doesn't wait for the umpire's decision. And just a little edge through to the keeper. Credit to Niverton for taking a good one. So the Crusaders are 16 for 3. And I love this overseas side. I really do. I know they get a pummeling every now and then, but they play with a great spirit. I mean, they could have easily dropped their shoulders after that first game, but they come out here and they've got the Crusaders 16 for 3 at the end of 2 overs. We saw this against Sweetie as well, where they got battered in the first match, then turned up in the second game and restricted them to under 60 and pulled off a miracle win. We'll have a look at the standings for Group A. It's going to be tough for Zira United overseas to make it to the quarterfinals, in all honesty. This is run down towards 3rd man for a single by Gunatiliko. Gets off the mark. Great thing here is they got 2 new batters out there, so they're both going to take a while to settle. Gunatiliko is a very technically gifted cricketer, but the one thing about him, though, is he's more of a stroke player rather than someone who just whacks the ball around. You know, he's not going to get you those big strike rates of 200 plus usually. I think 130 to 150 is generally what you see from him. But I think Yusuf at the other end is going to be the real aggressor, and that's exactly what he's done there with that big 6. Goes a touch short there, and he's punished for that. Yeah, Kroom with a good point. It's a good name for a good day for people with David Miller in their name. Absolutely. David Miller for South Africa, of course, making a 100 in the World Cup semi-final, although judging by what I saw during the innings break, it might be 100 in vain. This one is clearing the rope as well. Oh, that's a tight one. I think it might be a 4, but we'll have a look at it just to confirm. I think it's landed in front of the boundary rope. Look how high that one's gone. It's absolutely skied. And where does... Oh, it's actually landed for a 6, so... Yeah, I was looking at Michael Hart's reaction initially to it, but it looks like it's landed on the right side of the rope, at least according to Yusuf, and it's going to be a 6 rather than a 4, so expensive start to the over for Marks. That's a slower ball. Takes some pace off it. That's a good response after getting hit for 2 6s. I think Marks, though, he hasn't had the best day, unfortunately, with the ball in hand. Normally, overseas look to him to get them wickets. But he's just not been able to do it today, unfortunately. No wickets across either of these games he's played in. Maybe he'll get one here. Maybe he'll get one here. He certainly will. And another wicket falls as Gunatiliko departs, so right on cue. David Marks picks up one. Can't quite get hold of that one, Gunatiliko. And it goes up for a fairly comfortable catch for Gerald Sant. The second catch he's taken today. As the Crusaders are now 30 for 4. And we got one ball to come in the power play. Oh, Dave with a little bit of education there. So some interesting points you're making over there, Dave. I have to say, I kind of agree with you. But certainly won't talk about those things on a cricket broadcast, as the Crusaders find themselves 30 for 4. It's Chandiram coming in at number 6 for the Crusaders. Pushes this away for a single. And it ends up being a rather comfortable one. And a really good start here for overseas. The run rate not too bad for the Crusaders, but they've lost 4 wickets. Let's have a look at Chandiram. So Chandiram has played in over 30 matches in his career. Generally bats lower down the order, so he hasn't had much of an opportunity to bat. Here's a look at the power play. Third over is the most expensive one, but they do manage to get the wicket of Gunatilaka in that one, so the entire top 4 has been sent back to the dugout. He has a career average of 7.5 with a strike rate of 96. He's improved it a little bit this year. He's at 10.4 with a strike rate of 126. His top score coming against Gozo Zalmi. And Millard gets away with another full toss. Gotta say, Millard has been very lucky as well with his bowling. That one is fine in the end. He's gotten away with a number of full tosses and even got a wicket thanks to a full toss. He managed to dismiss Ryan Bastians with a rather poor delivery. It's just his day, isn't it, you feel, David Millard? It seems like no matter what he bowls, he's going to get a wicket. Crusaders still fancied as 71% favorites, though, according to Intelligent Cricket. That one is rather wide. They don't have too much faith in overseas, I have to say. Usually when you have your opposition 34 for 4 at the end of 3 overs, you rarely see AI giving you a 30% chance, but well, the old Intelligent Cricket supercomputer thinks the Crusaders are still well ahead. That's a no ball. Really poor delivery there by Millard, and he's finally going to get punished for one of these. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, big full toss is certainly a no ball, well above waist height. And it was a matter of time before he was going to get punished for one of these deliveries. It's also going to be a free hit here. So Chandiram thinks Christmas has come early, and he gets that nice juicy full toss outside the leg stump, and a free hit as well. He's gonna fail to connect. Not a good shot, in all honesty. He's had no balance there. He was falling backwards while playing that. That's a good ball there by Millard. That's exactly where Millard needs to be bowling, to someone like Chandiram. Just keep it around the off stump. I think Yusuf, though, he's going to be the real danger man here. As long as he's there, Crusaders still have some hope. Oh, he's missed out on one there. He really has. Yusuf has a strike rate this year of 144. Not the best average, though, but in all honesty, that's just because he bats so low down the order. And typically you'd see likes of Bastians, Afi Khan, and others doing plenty of damage before he even gets there. So, you know, in a lot of these matches, he's maybe only going out there to face 3 or 4 balls. Here's a chance for him, though, to play a bigger innings. It's another sharp single. Oh, they needed a direct hit there overseas. Let's take a look at this. I think direct hit and he was gone. If they get the direct hit here, this would have been really, really big for them, and the Crusaders would have been in all sorts of trouble. Oh, it's given a wide by the umpire. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, good decision there by the umpire. Certainly a good decision. Now he just overcompensates and goes down the leg side. Needs to keep his discipline here. Millard. He's bowled a pretty decent spell. He doesn't want to spoil it right at the end. Low full toss. Struck towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a single. 15 coming off that over. It's a good one for the Crusaders as they find themselves 46 for 4 at the end of 4. Here is the graph for the first innings so far. First couple of overs are really good for overseas, just 16 runs off them. They were 16 for 3, the Crusaders, but they managed to get 30 runs these last couple of overs, the Southern Crusaders, and really put themselves back into a good position. It's going to be Jörg Hershey bowling this 5th over. This is gets on the back foot there and plays it away towards square leg. Oh, this is poor. Oh, it goes past the fielder backing up as well. They can't give up runs like that. They really can't. They've done so well here. It was David Millard backing up. I mean, Hershey's got to do a better job as well. First of all, he should be able to hold on to it. I don't think Millard got into the right position to back up any. It's a bit too close. And then it was simply too quick for him. Out towards mid-wicket for another single. That's going to be a wide. Low full toss, almost takes out his teammate's head. Does well over there, Chandiram, to get out of the way. Just the 1 run. And going on to the tale of how the Southern Crusaders did. And the ECS we had here back in February. Started on the 30th of January, of course. They went 3rd in the group stages. They won 12 out of 18 games. Had lost just 4 matches, and the only reason they didn't finish 1st or 2nd in the group stages is because they had 2 games washed out. I mean, what if they win those couple of games? They would have finished ahead of the Royal Strikers and maybe been in 2nd place. But, well, they had the last laugh against the Royal Strikers. Those 2 teams played each other in the final match of the group stages. And the Royal Strikers gave them a real humbling in that match. This one is struck out towards wide long on. He picks the gap. And it goes away for a boundary. They're doing well here just to keep that run rate ticking. Gets a 4 right at the end of the over, making an 11 run over. They've just kept things quite productive here, Yusuf and Chandiram. Just wonder if there's some cramps there. Oh, it doesn't look like that's the case. I think he just turned his ankle. Yeah, the Southern Crusaders lost heavily to the Strikers in the final match in the group stages. Back in the ECS we had in Malta earlier this year, they lost by 44 runs against them. And because of that heavy loss, that meant that instead of going straight to the semifinals, that was a huge matchup. The Royal Strikers, the Southern Crusaders had to go through that really challenging elimination round. So the format we had in February was a little more challenging. It was kind of like the wild card round. I think for some of you who might watch North American sports, it was a little bit similar to that. where they had to go through 2 elimination matches and taking on the other sides. And they played in the elimination match against the Bujiba Blasters and win a rather nervy, low-scoring chase against them. And that was what they needed to book their place in the semi-final. They defended a target of just 97 and kept the Blasters down to just 88. And then they had that rematch against the Royal Strikers in the first semi-final. I mean, they must have remembered getting battered by the Royal Strikers in the final match of the group stages, which denied them an automatic spot in the semi-final. And they came out in that semi-final, first innings, to give up 140 runs to the Strikers. Yeah, this one is struck a huge shot by Chandiram. He hasn't hit too many sixes in his ECS career, but that is one of them. He'll certainly feel a whole lot better after striking that. Overseas, just need to keep control of this run rate. This partnership is starting to balloon out of control. It's gone from 16 for 3 and then 30 of 4 to 59 of 4, and these two are scoring at a very good rate. That's going to be a no ball. It won't even hit the pitch. So a free hit is coming up. We're continuing our story. Crusaders gave up 140 runs in that first innings. They're probably thinking, oh no, not again. We're going to get beaten by the Royal Strikers in a big match. Just 1 run off the free hit, maybe 2. Looks like they're going to come back for a second run. And they will try to come back for a second run. There wasn't a second one on there. It's a bit of suicidal running. And this is a costly wicket to lose. I mean, Chandiram, he was hanging around well alongside his partner Yusuf. Gets a little bit greedy. You can still get run out on the free hit. Remember that. And he will get run out over here on the free hit. It's a 1 run plus a run out on the free hit. A rather eventful one. And maybe one that goes against the Southern Crusaders. Chandiram departs, having made just 18 runs. We'll have one more look at this. Hits this one away. He doesn't run the first run hard. That's the thing as well. He slows down a little bit. And then he hesitates before the second run. It probably wasn't even on in the first place. But then you add those factors. There's no way you're ever going to get back for the second one on time. And the new batter is going to be on strike to start this, to end, I should say, this 6th over, which is not a good outcome. You just wonder, though, here if Rahman, got to keep him on strike. He chews up some dot balls here. It's certainly going to benefit overseas. That's a wide down the leg side. You can't do that. I mean, you're bowling against a lower order batter. Rahman, you know, he isn't the most accomplished batter. Just bowl at the stumps, keep it straight. Don't need to overthink things. Oh, that's a poor delivery, really poor delivery. And Rahman, he could have stepped inside, taken the wide, but instead he opts to batter it away for a 4. That's a great outcome in the end for the Southern Crusaders, because not only does Rahman hit the 4 there, but Zishan Yusuf is on strike to start the 7th. Not good bowling there by Vasim. 15 off that over. These last 4 overs produced a total of 56 runs. Overseas have not been able to control that run rate despite getting plenty of wickets. Yeah, so now we can finally continue that story. So the Crusaders gave up 140 runs in the first innings of that semi-final. They would have thought that, well, the Strikers have our number. This might be another game we lose to them. This is clubbed away, goes over long on. It's a massive 6 for Zishan Yusuf. And they continue to hammer away. And this is really, really big for them. Liam Stewart comes out, and Liam gives a 6 off his very first ball. Yeah, is this another big hit? Yes, it is. It's going to go away for a 4. Zishan Yusuf now racing away to 30 of 12. One bounce over the rope, goes for 4. He doesn't quite get hold of that, but it's really luckily for him. He connected a little bit better on that ball. It would have actually carried to David Marks. And he'd have probably been out, considering Marks is one of the better long-on fielders in this series. Gets a little bit lucky there, Zishan. Now it's Rahman. Got a very poor delivery on his first ball that he smacked away for a 4. So his confidence is brimming. Inside edge, away. Vincent Koss will just slip up while trying to take that. Yeah, so it's going to be a single. Important thing is Zishan Yusuf is back on strike, so full credit to Rahman here. He hasn't played out a single dot ball to of these first couple of balls of this innings. Go over the wicket here. Him. I think it is a real risk bowling this way. I think bringing on Stewart here to bowl, I think just his bowling style, it's you just look at it and you think that he's very likely to get hit. I'm really surprised Michael Hart hasn't bowled. Did a very good job yesterday. I know he was a little bit expensive in the lone over he bowled in the previous match, but I'd still give him a chance to bowl just because he's a little bit different. He's a left arm slow medium bowler. It's kind of different to all these right arms who come out for overseas and bowl. These similar kind of loopy deliveries, which are sort of just sitting up there very nicely to hit. You know, if it was me, Michael Hart would be there. Well, we've still got plenty to come in our thrilling Maltese adventure, but let it be known that our passion for cricket knows no seasonal bounds. We're a year-round cricket network, and we'll continue to accompany you for another month. As soon as we wrap up here, we'll head over to Barcelona for an ECS and a weekend of ECI action. We'll then be back down south in Malaga with the inaugural ECCW. So stick around with us as the cricket never stops on the European Cricket Network. That's a wide to start off for Senthil Raj, and now they're experimenting with all kinds of bowlers, but not Michael Hart, which, you know, I don't understand that. I get it, he had 1 bad over in the last match, but what about the 3 great overs he bowled yesterday? Up in the air, this is a miscue. It's actually going straight to Michael Hart. Oh, and he's unable to get it. He needed to hang all the way back on the boundary rope. He came in, and then he started to backpedal again. He just needed to stand right in front of the rope here to even have a chance. You can't quite see it on the replay, but he walks in 10 steps first, and then he starts to backpedal right at the end of what you see. So he's never in a good position. He was never stable enough to actually take that catch. He should have been standing in front of that rope with a nice base, ready to take it on his chest, and maybe he would have had a chance. Zishan Yusuf gets another 6. Oh, this is disappointing though by overseas. They started off so well. They had them 16 for 3, then 31 for 4. And it looked like they might actually be able to restrict the Crusaders to something low. But now that projected score, it's 135. And as long as Yusuf is out there, yeah, certainly sky's the limit for them. They could get to 140. It's another good shot over here. Stewart gave chase, but he couldn't get to it. 13 runs off the first 2 balls. Raj is bowled. Oh, that's another full toss. This is walloped. This is sent right to the netting around this ground. Another massive hit. 19 of the first 3 balls. This is better than hitting a 6 every ball. Let's have a look at this. Mike is like, let's check if there's any possibility of a no ball there. I think it should be fine, but we'll confirm. Yeah, that should be okay. Return to live action. Is this a 6 as well? Yes, it is. 25 runs off the first 4 balls. And he's going to raise his bat here. Zishan Yusuf. Has been a terrific half century by him. The top order failed to click in this game, and he stepped up with a big half century, making 54 of just 19 deliveries. And it's looking like same old for overseas after filling us and a lot of their fans with plenty of hope when they had that great start. And a little bit of respite for the bowler. A single at last. Well, we've seen one supersonic over so far in Malta. That was yesterday when we saw 31 runs off that over. Are we going to see it here as well? He just managed to sneak. Oh, it's a wide. It's a late wide call by the umpire. That was umpire Mac Eldos Matthews who gave that decision. It's dot ball to end the over. Rare dot ball. It's the first dot ball we've seen since sixth over, as the Crusaders are 118 for 5, eyeing the score in the 140s now. Here's the graph for the Southern Crusaders. You know, they had a very rough start. They were 16 for 3, 31 for 4. The entire top four had been sent back to the dugout. And we thought overseas had a real chance to restrict them to something under a 90 and give us a very competitive game in the second innings. But then out steps Zishan Yusuf, aided by some poor bowling by overseas, and smashed 55 of 20. Chandiram at the other end did pretty well. He went along at 19 of 15. Ramondo managed to make 11 runs of 4 balls, and those 2 boundaries he's hit. I mean, full credit to him for hitting those boundaries, but there are some balls down the leg side that he just had to help along, and also a few full tosses. So they need to clean up their bowling here massively overseas. We'll have a look at the ECL group for the Champions League of cricket. And you can just see some of the teams there. Group A kicks off on the 26th of February, following the same format as the ECC, so you get a couple days of group play before one team is eliminated, and we have finals day. See that representatives from Malta are in Group E. They're in a very tough group alongside Forfarshire, VOC Rotterdam, BFC Rijbergen, I think Stary Grotter, big underdogs in that group. And it's good to see another team from France this time around as well. But generally been the French representative. So another team gets to represent France as well at the ECL I should say. As this is going to be a single to start off the over. Doesn't look like we're going to see Michael Hart. And I'm very, very surprised that Michael Hart has not even been given a chance, considering some of these other bowlers have been carted all over the place. Hershey's first over was a decent one, 10 runs off it. Sneaks in a dot ball over there. Oh, it's a close one, should be gone. Yes, it is. Looks like it's going on to hit the leg stump. And a little bit of relief at last for overseas. They do get a wicket. Let's have a look at this. Don't think there was any bat involved. And it looks like it was going to go on to hit the leg stump. He'll have to depart here, Raymond. It was a pretty decent supporting innings by him at the other end. Made 11 of 6. I think that's all you can ask from your lower order batters. We'll have one more look at that wicket. Yeah, you can just see the impact is around middle and leg. Probably going on to hit the leg stump itself. And it's going to be Ishanta Karyawasam coming on. He's the lone change for this game for either side. Overseas, this one is going down the leg side. Overseas are playing the same team as the previous match, but the Southern Crusaders have one change. They've put in Karyawasam for Shaheen Hussain. So Hussain is the 12th man for this match. Oh, very good hit across the line over there. Really well struck. Goes away for a 6. It just sits up nicely. Doesn't quite get the length right. It's too far down the leg side. And he hits it away towards mid-wicket. Just helped it on over there, Karyawasam. Oh, is he going to come back for a second run here? He runs the first one very hard. And I'm not sure Yusuf will be too happy about that. Maybe Karyawasam thought that if he runs the first one hard, there's a chance for a second run. Because I think ideally, the Crusaders would want Yusuf on strike by the final over, despite the fact that Karyawasam hit a 6 off his second ball. Sheikh Wasim is brought back for a second over. Shouts to catch it, but it's going to clear the fielder very comfortably. And Karyawasam has done a terrific job since coming onto bat. He's hit 2 6s. And now the Crusaders are really eyeing something very big. Probably north of 145. That should be a stumping. The umpire says, let's have another look at it. He will signal this one to the third umpire. Let's have a look at this. Okay, this is going to be very tight. I have to slow this one right down. So it advances down the wicket. And let's take a look at this. We just needs to freeze right there. And has he slid his bat across the line when the bails have been whipped off? You see, it's that frame in between, which one can't quite get. I think there's not enough evidence there to give the batter out. But we'll wait to see what the third umpire says. See there. I think we just need to go back. So in this frame, it's here. It's just ahead of the line. It's inside the crease. This decision, they're going to take their time to make this one. I think if we freeze it to the very next frame, that frame right there, this is the conclusive frame for me. That makes me think he might be given not out. If you have a look at it, his bat is inside the crease there, right as the bails are about to get whipped off. But we'll see what the umpire decides. And he's actually given him out, so that's going to be the end for Karyawasam. Certainly played a good role, made 13 of 5. Advances down the wicket, gets stumped. Sharp bit of glove work. I think, yep, it's right here, according to the umpire. It's not enough, it's not quite gone over the line, but 4 balls left in this innings. This is played out towards square leg. It's going to be a couple of runs. They're going to come back and run the second one really hard. And they'll get to 134 runs. Yeah, it's just one of those, as you said, Kroom, it's somewhere in between frames. It's really hard to make those decisions. I think it's also a case of benefit of the doubt. Usually that goes to the batter. The third umpire, though, he deemed that was run out. Of course, the umpiring crew for this game is Joy. Ghost Roy is currently behind the stumps, and his partner Mac Eldo's Matthew at square leg. Of course, Medaguch is the third umpire. Yeah, the umpire deemed that the bat was in the air. So it's a good call in the end. This one is going to pop up, and the catch will be taken. That's Vasim who takes one there. And it's a big full toss, and he's rather lucky that he's managed to get a wicket out of it. Yeah, well held on to that catch. I think not the perfect technique, kind of goes with the crocodile hands. And that's going to be the end for Zishan Yusuf, who batted terrifically. Full credit to him, as he'll make 56 of 21. And we're just going to have a look at this side on. And we're just waiting for the umpire's decision here. Let's take a look at this. It's popped up in the air, and the catch is taken. A little bit of crocodile hands about that. I think Dave thinks that one is out as well. Yeah, I think the umpire in the end had a very good explanation. Sent in that it didn't seem like the bat was grounded. Last ball of the innings coming up. The Crusaders are 135 for 8. And oh, is there another stumping over here? The umpire will raise his finger. As a few wickets fall right at the end over here. This has been a pretty decent over by Vasim. He's going to be left on a hat-trick because he can't bowl the hat-trick ball as the innings has come to an end. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, it's pretty clear. That one is a stumping. It's a goodbye for him. He'll depart for a golden duck. Radhakrishnan will get Derek waddling out right at the end. And it's a really good total here for the Southern Crusaders overall. Derek is coming to tease him right before he gets ready to bowl. And what's going to be a big second innings. The Crusaders have set a target of 136. It's going to take some batting performance from overseas. We'll have a look at the highlights of this innings. Started off very well overseas. That was a big wicket of Ryan Bastians. I think he got lucky early. David Miller, a few of his deliveries that maybe should have been struck towards the boundary rope actually ended up turning into wickets. And this was the end of Michael Gunatilaka, and when that wicket fell, they just started to believe, didn't they, overseas? They had him 35 for 4, and you thought maybe overseas could restrict the Crusaders to something under 100. Now that was the wicket of Rahman. Jurg Hershey got that one. But the thing is, Zishan Yusuf just had an incredible innings. He made 56 of 22, striking 9 boundaries and really piling the pressure on this overseas team. Well, just take a look at some of these stumpings there right at the end. That was Radhakrishnan who departed. He got a golden Derek coming out to greet him. We'll have a look at the scorecard of this innings. Gunatilaka and Abhay Vikrama had a very difficult performance. The two of them had 1 run between themselves. This is usually a pretty decent opening partnership. Ryan Bastians made just 15 of 7. Zishan Yusuf with a terrific half-century, 56 of 22. Chandiram made 19 of 5. Rahman, I think he was very good. He was a good supporting act alongside Yusuf at the end. Karyawasam came on, clumped a couple of sixes, which really helped the Southern Crusaders. And then we saw Gulfaraz Masi running hard between the wickets in that final over, as the Crusaders ended up with 135 runs. We'll have a look at the bowling card for overseas. They use 6 different bowlers, and most of them are rather expensive. Jurg Hershey at figures of 1 for 18. He did quite well. David Millard picked up a couple of very important wickets early, but his second over was a touch expensive, which slightly spoiled his figure. 17 runs of extras, which is really going to concern overseas. They unfortunately could only restrict the Crusaders to 135 after getting off to a really good start. So overseas will be a little bit disappointed that the Crusaders managed to make 135 after they had them at 16 for 3. But the Crusaders will be feeling absolutely delighted and optimistic about their chances to make it 2 wins in 2 today in that second innings. Join us again in a few moments as we'll bring you our final innings of the day.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Welcome back for the final innings of the day. The Southern Crusaders posted a very healthy target of 136 in that previous innings, and now overseas they've got a really tall task at hand here, unless they slip to their 7th loss of this series so far. The new batters are Liam Stewart, and it looks like Daniel Niverton is going to open alongside him. Very good afternoon to John Gray, who's joining us in the chat as well. Great to have you here. First over is going to be bowled by Gulfraz Masi. Here we go. First ball coming up. And this one is down the leg side. It's probably clipped some bat along the way since the umpire hasn't signaled a wide. A pad along the way, I should say. Oh, this one comes back quite a bit by Masi. Terrific delivery. Got a long on in place and a deep third man. Once again, great amount of movement here. Seen Knifeson, he played some good-looking shots in that previous match. He's played for the Isle of Man in the past as well. His top score coming against Belgium at Amstelveen, 30. And he'll get off the mark over here with a single. Stewart, I think he a little bit disappointed he failed to get among the runs in the previous match and hasn't been able to score enough runs by his standards. Unfortunately, throughout this series, he'll just tap that one towards the fielder, a deep backward point. But see, this was a very tight single. A very, very tight single there. They're going to have to take risks overseas. They've got no choice. It's been a good over so far, though, for Masi. Only 2 runs off it. Big appeal here, but clearly going down the leg side. It was just doing way too much. He's getting plenty of movement back in to the right-hander, Masi. And the first over overseas are 2 for no loss. It's been 211 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. It was all the way back in September in the ECI in Rome between Italy and Austria when Italy were triumphant. Their captain helping them win a real thriller against the Austrian national team. It's going to be Karya Wassam bowling this second over. They stick with the same field, a long on and a deep third man for him as well. Another optimistic appeal, probably going over the leg stump. Going to need to start hitting boundaries soon here overseas. They need at least 3 boundaries and over, or 2 sixes. Taking middle stump guard here, Knifeson. Oh, little to your left. There we go. Should be ready to face. And it goes straight to the fielder. And that's going to be the end for Knifeton, who departs having made just one run. That is a massive blow for Overseas because they wanted any chance of winning this game. They need him to step up with the big innings. And Mahbub Rahman having a little fun with the batter at the non-striker end. He took that catch and was just teasing him a little bit. First wicket falls for Overseas. Look at this. He's like, oh, yeah, just making sure you're at the non-striker's end, but already took the catch, so it's out. Would be kind of funny though if cricket could have the old double play where you could get someone out, get two players out on the same ball. That'd be really funny. Down the leg side, it's going to be a wide. It's also going to slip past the keeper, so Raj is going to go across without facing a legal delivery. Stewart comes back on strike. Oh, that one is struck firmly down the ground. The umpire Eldhose does well to get out of the way. Hit towards mid-on. It's going to be another single. Oh, he just stumbles when trying to collect that ball. That's Radhakrishnan. Let's have another look at this. He's going to get it, and there we go. So falls over while trying to collect that one. Yeah, that was very nearly a rather comfortable catch for Karyawasam. Have a look at this. It just hits him high up on the bat. Shot to catch in, and where's it going to land? Land rather safely. They'll come back for a second run here. It's an underarm throw. You don't like to see that, but probably coming back for a second run rather easily anyway. Overseas are 9 for 1 at the end of 2 overs. We'll have a look at the standings for Group A. Southern Crusaders will move up to 8 points with a win here and secure their place in the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, Overseas, they'll be all but mathematically eliminated. Keep in mind, the Crusaders' 2 matches after this are against Zira United, who you saw are 1-7. So I think, unless we see something really remarkable over these next 7.5 overs, we can probably say that the Crusaders are going to the quarterfinals. Struck hard, out towards wide, long on. He's going to use his feet. That's not perfect by Zishan Yusuf, but he gets the job done. 2 more runs. Let's take one more look at that. That's actually struck him pretty high up on the shin, so needs to be careful. Could get rather painful. This is struck towards long on. It's going to be a single. Again, it's another underarm throw. Just needs to make sure he doesn't make that a habit. You know, there's a few times I've seen in ECS matches where Fielders just get used to throwing the ball back underarm, and then a team that's smart enough capitalizes on it and steals an extra run. This is an incredible shot by Senthil Raj. Really, really good shot. Very positive. Presses onto the front foot, hits it on the half volley, and smashes it for 6. And they're going to need many, many more of those from him and several other overseas batters to even try to get close to this huge target of 136. That's another big hit. It's going out towards long on. Yusuf, a little bit casual fielding that. And goes underarm again for that throw. One is going down the leg side. Going to strike him firmly on the pads as the third over comes to an end. Overseas are 20 for 1. Here's a look at the comparison of the two scores. They were 11 runs ahead at this stage, the Southern Crusaders, although they lost 3 more wickets. However, the big thing for the Crusaders was that those middle overs, you can see just before that 27-run over, that's where they really took over this game. It was between overs 3 to 8 that they really began to pummel the opposition. Oh, is there an edge there? There is. And Karyawasam gets his second wicket. That's going to be end for Senthil Raj, who hit a nice 6, but departs shortly afterwards. Yeah, you can see there's an edge there. Very well taken. Raj disagrees, but the umpire's given him out. And that's going to be the end. Another one bites the dust for overseas. There it is. The umpire, Eldos Matthews, gives him out. Kroom saying he can't throw a ball, he can only ever bowl it back or underarm it. How come, Kroom? I think having a good strong arm is a really important facet of your game as a cricketer, especially if you're going to be a boundary fielder like Zishan Yusuf is. I think he's just being a bit casual during this game. He's usually not doing things like that. The important thing is just not to make it a habit. No, I think even if you're closing in on a big win, it's important to maintain good habits. Just do the right thing. That one by Karyawasam is going to be a boundary. Let's have a look at whether there was any bat there or not. I didn't quite see the umpire's signal. Yeah, it looks like there was some bat or glove there. So Hershey will take those 4 runs. Low full toss struck towards mid-off. I love that one, Dave. The lady of ample proportions has not even started to warm up her vocal cords. That's a great way to say it until the fat lady sings. That's a really, really good way to say that. Remind that phrase to me again at some point. I'll certainly try to use it. That's another wide delivery here. just keeping it outside is hitting arc here. Kardiawasam and Hershey. He's got to open up the offside if he actually wants to make some runs. Can't look to batter everything towards the leg side. Just sneaks this one inside the tram line. So another good over for Kardiawasam. Just 5 runs coming off it. He managed to get another wicket. He's managed to get rid of both Knighton and Raj, as overseas are 25 for 2 at the end of the 4th over. Oh, a big pickup in the breeze. A few things started to fly around in the commentary tent. We'll have a look at the run rate right now. They are way below the required overseas. I think we can now say this game has passed the point of no return. It's 18.5 and over. I think even a good side, and this ECS will struggle to go at that required rate, let alone a team of overseas quality. Yeah, of course, feel free to bring in any questions in the chat. We can discuss all sorts of things. Of course, a lot of the conversations today are centered around the semi-final. What I'm hearing from you guys, it looks like Australia are kind of stuck in the mud a little bit, and they're making that chase a little more challenging than it would seem. Yeah, I remember during the match break, I had a innings break, I should say. I had a quick look at the score, and I remember reading on Cricinfo that the ball was really starting to spin. I think that will definitely have Shamsi and Maharaj excited. You just wonder, though, if South Africa had managed to get 30, 40 more runs and also held on to some of those chances you guys have mentioned, how much more interesting a finish that could have been. I think I saw Julian make the point that it's not going to bode well for Australia for the final. Yeah, I get your point, but you know, my theory with that is all that matters is you get there. As long as you get there, it doesn't matter how you get there. You know, ultimately, when you're talking about knockout round cricket, it's all about how you play on the day. You know, it doesn't really matter, you know, how clinical you've been heading into that match. This is going to be a boundary, a nice looking shot here by Stewart. As long as you are just playing in that final, you immediately got a 50-50 chance. So, oh, that one was ever so close to the stumps. And, well, we're going to have a look on the replay how close that was. Maybe he's been run out as well. So we're first going to have a look at the run out. This is going to be really, really important. Stewart looks like he thinks he's gone. Because as you can see, that was one just went over the stumps. Could easily have been bowled. And then he comes back for the second run here. Is he gone? He certainly is. He most certainly is. Putting in the dive. Full credit to him for making that great effort. But it's going to be the end for Stewart, who hit a nice looking shot in the previous ball. And they're now going to be 31 for 3 at the end of the 5th over. Closing in on a big victory here. And of course, this is a chance to remind you that we've got a great weekend of cricket coming up here in Marsa. Marsa Sports Club will host the Estonian women's team and the Cypriot men's team. For those of you in the Indian subcontinent, continue to watch us on Fan Code, while we'll be available to all of you here on the European Cricket Network ECN official YouTube channel. And make sure to check out our website, europeancricket.com, ecn.cricket, for any updates regarding this series or the many great series we're privileged enough to host. I like this format. Of course, we start off in the morning with the men's game, the women's game, I should say. Then we follow it up with a men's match. And then we keep alternating between games. So it's going to be a healthy dose of both the women's and men's cricket, you can just see how close that one was to the stumps. Could very easily have been clean bowled. But then Stewart was run out. Anyway. Oh, there was a chance. That was a Karyawasam. Gotta say, Karyawasam was the 12th man in the previous game, and he's been inserted into the lineup for this match, and he's been all over the action. Almost gets to that one. Hit a couple of sixes in the first inning. He's bowled superbly in this match. Picked up 2 wickets. Now he almost gets a catch as well. So he misses out on one game, but he's right in the thick of things in this second match. That one's going to be a wide by Naniakar. A rare wide for him. Usually a very accurate bowler. Cut away. That's a good bit of fielding. Gets down there well to save some runs for his team. And it's good to see them putting in an effort, despite the fact that it looks like their team is going to go on to secure this win. A big swing and a miss here. Well, just got some news from our PM. Looks like we're going to be visiting Valletta, the capital of Malta. Really looking forward to that this evening for dinner. That's some exciting plans. That should be really fun. Unfortunately, didn't get to explore much during my time off because of the illness I had. Basically, just saw a bit of Medina in the morning before I really started to feel unwell and had to head home. So looking forward to that. I mean, Valletta's quite an interesting place. Of course, I've read about it. It's another fortified city here in Malta. Medina certainly was as well. Gorgeous place, full of so much history. I managed to spend a couple hours there. I think the great thing about Malta is, obviously a lot of people have talked about how sunny it is here, the beautiful weather, but this is a country stoked with so much history. We've got lots of different cultures and peoples go through this island. It's been ruled by a lot of different kingdoms and nations as well over the years. And they've all left their influence in Malta, and that's helped create a very unique Maltese culture, which not sure too many people in the world know about. Certainly it has been a great learning experience for me as well. Sixth over comes to an end. Overseas are 30, 6 for 3. Here's a look at the scorecard for this innings. No real scores of note. I think we're looking at someone like Knifeton to maybe play a big innings to try to get overseas somewhat close to this massive target of 136. But unfortunately, he departed having made just 1 run. And then it's been a very steep task for his teammates. Oh, is this rather close? Yes, it is. It's given an out. Not the best shot. It's a bit of a nothing shot, in all honesty. I think he's just trying to flick this one off his pads. But yeah, look, he's trying to play around his pads. You know, his pad is getting in the way of the flick shot he's playing, so it just becomes hard for him to access the ball. And in the end, he's going to be caught plumb LBW. Good decision there by the umpire. Have another look at that. Yeah, it's just so technically all over the place, you would say, with that stroke. I think if you showed the highlights of this day to Corey tomorrow, he'd be in for quite a laugh if he saw some of the strokes. I think he's missed out on a really funny day. This is played away towards long on. It's going to be a single. Stash gets off the mark. It's a top edged. It's going to go away for a 4. It's a boundary for David Marks, who moves on to 5 of 3. Of course, we can now start to maybe discuss hypotheticals for our quarterfinals here in Malta and talk about some of the very interesting subplots we have for this series. Now that we've got about 3.3 overs left until we bring today's play to a close. That's going to evade all the fielders, and they'll get a couple of runs here. So with a win here, the Crusaders will be at 8 points. They'll be 2 points short of Sweetie United and Mater Dei. And they'll pretty much have at least that 4th spot locked in. I think it's fair to say Edix Knights will probably get the top spot. Mater Dei have the best chance of knocking them off that spot because they'll play them in their last 2 games. And if they win both those games, which is maybe a little bit unlikely, then Mater Dei, if they do enough net run rate damage to Edix Knights, could take the top spot. But let's just assume this table is stays as it is right now, which is probably the most likely outcome. Here's a look at some of the fixtures coming up tomorrow. We'll be back to Group B, where things are a little bit more undecided. We'll start off with that doubleheader between Gozo Zalmi, the ECL representatives for Malta, taking on the Red Stars, and the Bujiba Blasters taking on the Masita Warriors. 2 great games over there. And I'm looking forward to those 2 doubleheaders. I think for those of you who are very excited for the ECL, we've been talking quite a bit about that in the chat. You'll really want to tune in tomorrow and see Gozo Zalmi. They're a proper team. I think that top order for the Zalmi is so strong. And they could be a very interesting team over in the ECL. But let's just assume Group A is as it stands, which is Edix Knights in 1st place, Sweet United in 2nd place, Mater Dei in 3rd place, the Crusaders 4th. And we could probably give a rough idea of what the quarterfinals will start to look like. So the Knights would probably be playing Marsa, maybe the Red Stars, or Bujiba Blasters, one of those 3 teams in the 1st quarterfinal, which I think all 3 of those are pretty good matchups for the Knights. They've got way more batting depth than any of those teams. The thing with the Knights is what really sets them apart from a lot of the sides we've seen so far this ECS, with the exception of Gozo Zalmi, is the batting depth they have. They have 4 or 5 just gun batters. Obviously, you start off with Basil George and Samuel Stanislaus, or about as good as it gets. Charlie talking about how he's going to support the Red Stars tomorrow. You know, the Red Stars are slightly better than their record suggests at 2 and 4. And he picks up one that is very wide. Tries to hammer it away. Mark's getting a little bit innovative. Could have left that alone and taken it wide. But yeah, absolutely. The Red Stars, as I've said, they've got a very interesting record, but yeah, Edix Knights would be huge favorites against either of those teams. But then, let's talk about how some of these other sides would fare. So Sweet United, if they remain in 2nd place, they would face the Blasters as things stand. That one goes away for a boundary. Nice looking shot by Stash. And that, I would say, as things stand, Sweet United would be massive favorites, because for me, Sweet United are almost as good as Edix Knights on paper. But, you know, we've seen a couple of slip-ups from United. Of course, they lost both their opening fixtures to the Knights, and then they had that shocking defeat to Overseas. You know, I'll just put that one down as a complete lack of focus, and we can maybe just scratch that one away. One thing it demonstrates, though, is that Sweet United are certainly a team who have a lot of lapses in concentration and turn up to a number of games unfocused or maybe unprepared. which is why despite having quite a lot of quality, they're sitting there with 3 losses. 8th over comes to an end, overseas 50 for 4. So the Blasters, you know, they could be in for a shot in that game. You know, there's some very decent players in their team. You know, we saw them split their 2 games against the Royal Strikers. They made 161 in one match. And if they could put on a similar batting performance, say someone like Siddiqui or Maithani goes on and plays another incredible innings, and the Blasters could certainly give Sweet United a huge fright in their quarterfinal if those 2 teams do indeed go on to play each other. Of course, we're just discussing hypothetical quarterfinal matchups for here in Malta. Now that we're coming to the end of play, and it looks like overseas are going to go on to lose this one. Charlie talking about how they might pick up a win tomorrow, the Red Stars. You know, I wouldn't rule them out against Gozo Zalmi. Of course, they'll be huge underdogs. But the Red Stars have a very good bowling lineup. I think they've, or at least I'd say they're hit and miss. I think there's certain days where they can come out there, bowl so well that they can restrict a really good team to under 100 runs. And then other days, they just disappear. You know, and you've got no idea where this team turned up because they've got the likes of Sobu George, Tony Thomas, the 2 Ollie's, who are very good players. But they just don't quite have the consistency. But again, to cause upsets, you only need to play well one day. Good little shot there by David Marks. Brings out the old ramp and hits it away for a boundary. And completely agree with you, Charlie. I think NX Knights are the strongest team for me as well. I think there's also the fact that, you know, they're playing in their first ECS, so they're very keen to come out here and dominate the group stages. Whereas maybe teams like Gozo Zalmi and United, they've been here before. You know, these are teams who have won it all as well, so they just kind of want to settle into the group stages, figure a few things out, and they're maybe saving their best for the knockout stages. Big swing over here for Marks. Yeah, if a team like Red Stars, I think if they manage to get in, and say someone like Tony Thomas, who's had a strike rate of 210 for this series, you know, someone like Vijayan as well, strike rate of 217. If those 2 can go off and go on a heater for 6 or 7 overs, then, you know, if you're one of these big boys, then all of a sudden, you know, your worst nightmare has come true. The 9th over comes to an end with a single. Overseas are 57 for 4. We'll continue our discussion about the potential quarterfinal matchups. So Mater Dei currently sitting in 3rd place in this group. You know, they're an interesting team, I think. You know, they're very funny because at times they look utterly hapless when Michael Das departs, or someone like Patel or Sharma doesn't go out there and play big innings. Here's a look at the bowling card for the Crusaders. Good performances all around. I think the entire bowling unit will be very pleased with the way they have played. But a team like Mater Dei, I think they're much more dangerous than people would initially think, because they've got a good bowling unit. I will credit them for that. This is struck away for a 4. A good shot by Stash. And then when it comes down to their batting, they've got 2 or 3 good batters. You know, mainly they've got Michael Das, who's the top run getter this series. So, you know, he's a player. He has 3 good games in the knockout stages. They could knock anyone off. You know, as things stand, they would play Gozo Zalmi in that first matchup. So, you know, if you're the likes of, you know, Big Baba, Mehboob Ali, Zishan Khan, you know, Anwar, you know, do you really want to see a team like Mater Dei? You know, they could be quite dangerous. Especially if someone like Michael Das can get going, then, you know, sky's the limit for them. They could get big scores in the 150s, you know, even the 160s. And then the Southern Crusaders here, we're playing right now as things stand. They would face the Royal Strikers. I think, you know, the Strikers are on paper at least a quality team, but, you know, I haven't been overly impressed with them. I think there have been times where they've shown a few fragilities. You know, they have had some big performances where they've come out. They beat Gozo Zalmi a couple of times over the weekend when, of course, Corey Rutgers was here on commentary. But, you know, they've also had some really shocking performances. I think the big thing for them, though, is that Pushpa Rajan, you know, their star all-rounder, the highest run getter from the previous ECS. He just hasn't found his form yet so far this series. And for me, that's a really big thing, because if they're going to go anywhere, then they need Pushpa Rajan to really step up and start putting in some really big performances. I think he's done a pretty good job with the ball in hand. His captaincy has been really good as well. I love the fact that he's a thinking captain. He's a natural-born leader. Now for them to win, he needs to start to get out there and play some big innings. A question by Charlie: who do I think is better, Basil George or Das? Good question, but I have to say Basil George. I mean, no disrespect, of course, Michael Das is a terrific cricketer. This is more of a compliment to Basil George. He's just an amazing player, and he's also been doing it for so long for Maltese cricket. It's just, it seems like series after series here in Malta, as well as the international level. He's always batting terrifically, and he spills that catch out in the deep. He's unable to take that, as overseas are going to end up with 66 runs. They could have had a wicket right there at the end. I think he really should have taken that one, but it's not going to matter. I think the main thing is that Naniakara is fit. Hope he's all right. It's a very important bowler for this Southern Crusaders team. He's just clutching his shoulder right now. I think some of his teammates are going out to mid-wicket to check on him. Here's a look at some of the fixtures we got coming up for you tomorrow. Our first doubleheader is between Gozo Zalmi and the Red Stars. And then we got a couple of matches between the Bujiba Blasters and the Masita Warriors. Really looking forward to that first doubleheader. I think the Red Stars, you know, could have a small chance to pull off an upset over there. Here are the highlights of the innings. Unfortunately for overseas, well, it was a case of them losing this match in the first innings once again. They gave up 130 runs, and they simply didn't have the batting prowess to keep up. They managed to make just 66 runs. That was a rather comical LBW. It'd be the end of Hershey, who made just 7 runs. This was the final ball of the innings. Naniakara, he had a pretty hard fall and was unable to take that catch. You do hope he is okay. Let's have a look at the scorecard over here for overseas. Unfortunately, they make just 66 runs, no real scores of note. Most of their players went to run a ball or under. Nice little innings there by Ivan Stosh at the end. He scored a couple of boundaries. Senthil Raj hit 1 big 6, but that was about it for him. We'll take a look at the bowling card for the Southern Crusaders. An incredible all-round performance for them. Everyone chipping in with a really good performance. Gulfraz Masi, he gave up just 13 runs. He was terrific. Karya Wasson, for me, was the pick of the bowlers with figures of 2 for 11. When he took those 2 big wickets right at the top of the order of Naivatin and Raj, he really thought this game was pretty much over, and the Crusaders would secure this victory. They take this one very comfortably after scoring 135 runs in the first innings. Thank you very much for tuning in. We hope you all enjoyed today's cricketing action, and we can't wait to be back tomorrow. I'll be back alongside Corey Rutgers. This is Nishay Bhatt on behalf of the entire European Cricket Network saying thanks for tuning in. Have a wonderful evening, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.